Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our fourth day here at the Nordic Pavilion COP27. And welcome also to the audience that follow us online. Every morning at the Nordic Pavilion, we'll take a closer look at the future. How we build, eat, cook, invest, and live, where we to meet the 1.5 degree target. What changes needed to be made and how will they impact our everyday lives? The future starts with the decision we make today. So how do we improve women and children's health by decreasing exposure to black carbon, reduce carbon emissions, prevent deforestation, and promote gender equality by empowering women? Multiple issues, as you can hear, but with one simple solution. It's called clean cooking. Over 4 million people, over 4 billion people globally, and almost 900 million people in the sub-Saharan African countries lack access to modern cooking facilities. With me to shine light on these problems, solutions, and potential is Sophie Odupoy, Group Head of Public Affairs, Cocoa Networks. Welcome. And we also have Ash Sharma, Vice President at NEFCO and Head of Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. And Matthias Frumeri, Swedish Head of Delegation to the UNFCCC. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to start with Sophie Odupoy. I would like to start by asking, what kind of network is the Cocoa Networks?
Much for that question. Cocoa Networks, we call ourselves technology platforms, and our mission is to protect Africa's tropical forests. And the way we do this is we build renewable fuel utilities that enable the transition from charcoal. As you said, a lot of people use charcoal and firewood as the option for their cooking fuel. It's dirty. Unfortunately, they have no choice. So for us, what we've done is we have developed a model that enables bioethanol as the clean and renewable cooking fuel. And how do we do this? We realized it is not possible to deliver bioethanol affordably for as long as it's bottled. So it was critical to remove the additional costs along the value chain so that the people who are using charcoal and firewood are able to get it affordably. And that is where technology comes in. So for us, we bring together four main elements. We bring together technology, which is ours, infrastructure, where we've worked with people who are conversant with the logistics around liquid fuel, and predominantly these are in the fossil fuel. So we've partnered with Vivo, and we make use of their existing infrastructure to transport the fuel. We then bring on board capital, and this is primarily family and corporate, such as Microsoft Climate Innovation Fund. And fourthly is policy. It's critical for government to be on board because we are talking about the masses. So for us, we've brought these four together, and we are able to deliver a two-burner cooker that uses bioethanol. And the mode of them refueling is we give them a reusable canister. So that way they do not have to use a disposable bottle that they fill and throw away.
And help us understand also the multiple problems that is caused by the lack of modern cooking facilities in rural African households.
When you think about rural African households, most of them cook using firewood. Increasingly, there are fewer and fewer trees because we have cut down the trees and we have not been planting. So what is happening, they're having to go further and further away, risking their lives, and most of this is undertaken. The mothers ask the young girls to go and collect the firewood, thus exposing them to risks of sexual harassment. They could be attacked along the way by animals, and essentially it's time away from productive use of their time in addition to going to school. So the further away they go, the longer they take, the higher the risks they face. So when we talk about a solution like ours, it would mean they stay at home, yeah? And in cooking, they're not exposed to carbon emissions, then the risks to their health are essentially taken away. So they stay at home or they go to school, and the mother
keep your mouth or your microphone close.
okay, and the mother gets to have time to do productive work if it's about farming or essentially bringing additional income to the home. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Ash Sharma, the aim of the NEFCO managed Modern Cooking Facility for Africa program is to provide 3 million Africans with the access to clean cooking solutions. How do you go about that? Yeah. Ash, if you keep your microphone close, yeah. I don't think we can hear Ash at the moment. So, no. Okay, let's try that. Change your microphone. Go ahead, Ash. Sorry.
I hope you can hear me now. Is that any better?
No. Yeah.
I'm more or less kissing it.
Now it works.
I'm
Really
getting intimate
close.
with this
Really
mic.
close.
Well,
Swallow it. That's
okay.
Almost.
Okay, thank you.
taken care.
Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, thank you for the question. We at NEFCO, we're a Nordic institution, and we've been working, looking to work with clean cooking for many years in the carbon market, and we have done so with some success, but we see that there is a lot further we can go on clean cooking. And we were very pleased when our colleagues at Sweden asked us to look at clean cooking in a more holistic way. And together with SIDA, the Swedish International Development Agency, we established the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. And this is an instrument which is looking to support higher tier access for clean cooking. So by higher tier, I mean moving away from traditional biofuels, charcoal and other polluting substances. And the example I'd like to give is that when we talk about clean cooking, it's the smoking analogy. You know, we know that some people smoke 40 cigarettes a day. We don't want them to smoke 20. We want to stop them smoking, right? And I think the idea here really is to have an instrument which supports private sector businesses, companies like Cocoa, and others which are looking to establish sustainable businesses in the clean cooking space. And that's really where we want to be.
Matthias Frumeri, you are head of the Swedish delegation to the UNFCCC, and you are close. You are as close to the negotiation as is possible to get. So, this is what we're hearing about here is real-world problems. How does what's going on here reflect what's going on around the negotiation table? Are you taking all these problems into the negotiations? I don't think we hear Matthias either at the moment. The microphone should be on.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Sorry.
Issue solved.
I was saying that hopefully we're not bringing sort of the problems into the negotiations, but rather the solutions, which we've just heard. And I think that, though, I mean, I'm so happy to be here a bit on behalf of SIDA colleagues who are, as Ash said, partnering with NEFCO to develop these kind of solutions. And I think the examples which Sophie provided is really examples which we might need to hear more of also in the negotiations themselves and see what kind of possibilities there are out there in order for countries to sort of to bring forward and advance in climate action. And of course, I mean, as your title for this morning's conversation is, these are multiple issues and one solution. So there's not only a climate issue here. I mean, as we heard, I mean, it's gender, it's health, children going to school, and eventually, you know, in the long term, that's also providing for jobs and growth in individual countries. So I think the kind of solutions which are offered by what we're hearing here is really something we need to hear more about in the negotiations as well.
Ash, I mean, the thing here is private sector. That's a key word. So how do we support market development to scale up high technology, clean cooking solutions provided by private actors? How do you kind of take care of the whole value chain here?
No, good question. I think that what we are trying to do really is to support companies to de-risk their market expansion. So particularly when you look at companies which are successful at early stage, we want to help them to scale up. We want them to leverage more funding, and by providing results-based financing, we can actually support them in doing so. The analogy here is really like a power purchase agreement, you know, where you provide a bankable contract which will help them to raise more funding. And we want these companies to expand and to serve more rural customers. But we also see that there are certain challenges, and the key issue, the elephant in the room with these discussions is always affordability. You know, when you work in rural areas, you're really working with people who have very limited incomes. They're very reliant on agriculture, and of course, as we've seen in many parts of Africa, this is quite a perilous existence sometimes, especially when you have droughts, failures, other climate impacts. So what we want to do is to support business models which can go beyond that. So for example, consumer financing, pay-go, which is very well established in the electricity sector, but we haven't seen transfer yet into, in a whole-scale way, into the clean cooking space.
Sophie, hearing what Ash said now, I mean, what do you need more of, so to say, to transform the current clean cooking ecosystem?
Just repeat the question.
I was wondering what is needed to transform the current clean cooking ecosystem, in your perspective?
For me, the biggest game changer would be government, and specifically policy. We find a lot of governments have not yet grasped what is required to transform and implement clean cooking solutions. So a lot of the time they do not provide a framework that is conducive to investors to come in and invest specifically in that country. So we find the fiscal and regulatory environments are still they're still supportive of old solutions, and they are not cognizant of the fact that solutions are moving to different platforms like ours in terms of technology. So they do need to adapt and move very fast. So we are working closely with governments across various countries to try and get this done. Another area, and that Ash alluded to, is about affordability. So for us, we enable our solution to be affordable using carbon credits. Now, that is an even newer area for governments. The challenge with when governments hear there's an additional or a new source of revenue, the immediate reaction is to tax. Yeah? So we are finding a lot of governments jumping on the bandwagon and putting in place taxes on carbon revenue, which essentially limits or disables a lot of companies like ours, because our business model is reliant on us retaining the carbon credits and not being heavily taxed. So it's critical for governments to come to the table, negotiate with private sector players, with investors, for us to find a win-win solution rather than for it to be immediately a win-lose for investors. Thank you.
Here in the Nordics, we take well-functioning governments as clarity. I mean, it's self-evident to us. But then I want to ask you, does it mean anything that there is a Nordic finance institution, and Sweden as well, doing this program? Or could it be anyone? Do we bring anything to the table except the money?
I think the different players bring different abilities and different skills to the table. So it's critical for us to be willing to listen to everyone. You cannot throw anyone away because we don't know what they can bring to the table. If you think about like the solution that was brought by Cocoa Networks, it's radical, it's disruptive, it's proven to scale, but it took a lot of people supporting. It was not only us providing the technology, we did have other players coming and supporting us. Not only, a lot of heavy lifting at the beginning was financial requirement just to prove the model works, but since then, that is why we require supporters like Ash is saying. So we need other players around the table for us to be able to scale not only within the country where we launched it, but also into additional countries. So we say everyone is welcome. Let us bring whatever it is we have to the table and let us evaluate it. Yeah. Thank you.
Matthias, bad cooking facilities disproportionately affects women and children, and Sweden has for a long time now been a front runner when it comes to gender equality. You are perhaps the only country that has stated that your foreign policy is feministic. To what extent do you bring this approach into the negotiations room and the solutions needed for the necessary change? Is that something you think of from the Swedish side?
Definitely. I mean, we have sort of, I mean, and in the same way that we aim to integrate climate action throughout our policy and sort of our development finance, we integrate gender also into our climate work. So for us, definitely, it's sort of, it goes hand in hand. And sort of both within the negotiations themselves, ensuring that we have a strong gender perspective in the outcomes, and also in the delegation to sort of to see that we have equal representation within the delegation. And for example, when we participate in various types of panels and so forth, to ensure that there is a sort of an equal representation. So definitely there is a very strong gender perspective also when it comes to climate action. And could I maybe just pick up on one of the points which Sophie made as well on in terms of the importance of policy. And I'm very happy that that came up, because from our perspective, just looking at how we frame or what we call our climate diplomacy when we engage with countries in supporting them in to become sort of even more ambitious. I mean, its policy is a key element in that. So it's, for us, it's policy, finance, and innovative technology. And by sort of combining these three elements, we believe that countries are being sort of enabled and empowered to be even more ambitious when it comes to climate action. So securing the right kind of policy environment, which in turn will hopefully then attract the kind of investments needed, both domestic and international, and then of course also providing the kind of innovative solutions which are needed. I mean, we have also the Business Sweden Pavilion here with a number of Swedish companies offering these kind of solutions to facilitate the transition to net zero. So I think that's sort of, just wanted to underline also the policy element in the transition to net zero. Thanks.
Thank you. Ash, Modern Cooking Facility for Africa is a relatively new program that has recently started, but some days ago you told me that this topic would be even more exciting to talk about at COP28 in Dubai. Why is that?
Well, I think that the as Sophie mentioned, you know, carbon finance can play a real, very strong role in the business models that companies employ, because the cleaner cooking solutions, particularly the higher end ones, generate a lot of carbon savings compared to the baseline. And when we look at the deforestation aspects as well, and then all the other aspects that are related to that, for example, biodiversity loss and so forth, we can see that there are a lot of sustainable development benefits that can accrue from this. But foremost of those is the emission reduction. Given that we're in a climate conference, I think that's very key to consider. And the reason why I mention that, in my own humble opinion, is that I feel that particularly with the Article 6, it's moving, things are really progressing, but I think a whole-scale market, the sort of 6.4 market, is a couple of years down the road. And I think where we would like to see progress, really, of course, it's got to run in two tracks. We'd love to see progress on 6.2, so the bilateral agreements. And again, Sweden is leading the pack here. We see that there are some very, very interesting programs that are being initiated. I think we'll hear more about those at this COP. And for that reason, I feel that the global carbon market, the 6.4 market, is maybe a few years down the road, but things are progressing well.
Also promise me some numbers next year.
Yeah, yeah. The numbers I promised relate to the projects or the businesses we're supporting. So this year we've been very active in originating and developing contacts with companies, and I hope that this time next year we can talk about some of the um, people that we're supporting, as well as the companies. So the companies will be reaching out to beneficiaries in 6 African countries, and we hope we can talk about some real outcomes this time next year.
Sophie, I know you have to leave. You're looking at your watch, but let me just round this off with a statement from you, because I was wondering, where do you see this program going in the coming years?
Thank you for that question. We've identified that the countries that face the problem of deforestation at a very high level, we've determined that there are 60 of them. So essentially across those 60 countries, we have 300 million households that are in need of a clean and renewable solution. Our ambition is to roll out. Next year, we are rolling out to our second country, which is Rwanda. And part of the reason we are around is to engage with governments. As I said, it's critical for us to align with them in terms of their policy and for us to then sign an investment agreement. So our approach is to engage as many governments that are in need of this solution as possible, so that we can already start thinking about how do we invest, how do we roll it out, how do we bring on board other partners. Because I've repeatedly said this, 2030 is not very far. The Earth has stopped waiting for us. It's gone far ahead. So unless we accelerate our efforts, the Earth will find us still waiting, still talking, still discussing about the best solution. So for us, we are seeking to partner and accelerate in as many countries as are willing to come on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie Depoy, and thank you, Matthias Frumeri and Ash Sharma. Our time is up, but stay tuned. There will be more exciting events coming up the rest of the day here at the Nordic Pavilion. Thank you, everybody, and give them a hand.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can all hear me. We've had some technical problems here today, so welcome. Welcome to the Nordic Pavilion. Very pleased to announce that we have an interesting session for you today. The title of our presentation today is How can Article 6 implementation raise ambition and support sustainable development? Some rather meaty questions that we're going to address today. And I'm very pleased that we can have some opening remarks from Nicholas Hagelberg from UNEP. So, Nicholas, maybe you could introduce the topic. So, please.
Thank you, Ash. So good morning, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today. So my name is Nicholas Hagelberg. I'm the global coordinator for UNEP's climate change work. And I'm pleased to say a few words here. And at this event co-organized by the Nordic Environment Finance Cooperation, NEFCO, and the Swedish Energy Agency, the Wuppertal Institute, and then UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. Just a few weeks ago, we launched the emission gap report, and I'm afraid that the news are not really that good. We're still way far off from the target, so even the ambition we have put forward, we are heading for, at best, absolutely at best, a 1.8 degree world. And that's with 100% implementation of the NDCs, all of the NDCs, so conditional and unconditional, but it's also 100% implementation of the net zero targets, the long-term strategies. And when we look at the real situation, so that's the ambition, when we look at the real situation and the current implementation rates, we are heading towards a 3 degree world. So we need to do everything in our might to move forward. So there is a need for a full systematic transformation, and Article 6 provides an opportunity of moving things forward, and we need to have movement forward on all sectors: energy, industry, transport, buildings, agriculture and forestry. So it's not just one of those sectors, it's all of them. So when we look at Article 6 should help with all of those things. Then in 2021, in our emission gap report, we looked at how market mechanism can help us move forward. And indeed, market mechanism can help us. In our assessment, market mechanism and Article 6 can deliver 4 to 5 gigaton worth of emission reductions. There's also other estimates that puts that at 8 to 12. So it's a substantial amount of the solution. So we must move forward with all the problems it may have and all the technical issues and the discussions that negotiators are talking about, but we must move forward with it. And why should we move forward with it? Because 120 countries have indicated their willingness to move forward on it. And we also estimated that using Article 6, we could reduce the cost of implementing NDCs by 40 to 60%, so a substantial amount of money. So now we come to the issue that this seems so obvious, but there's no illusion that this is going to be simple. And frankly, with what we're talking here about today, about how we combine Article 6 with Sustainable Development Goals, it's very hard to raise funds for multi-objective work. So that's why I'm very pleased to be here together with really like-minded organizations and partners and countries that can help us move forward on this. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing about the Nordic vision and what our partners have going for them. Thank you, Ash.
Okay, thank you so much for your words. I think you really identified some of the key issues here: the urgency of the problem, the role that Article 6 can play. You've highlighted also the impact it can have, 4 to 8 gigatons, and also the fact that this can be done in a very cost-effective manner. And I think we've got a very good session here, and I think we've got some great speakers. And we also will get a chance to talk more about some of the practical issues and implementation issues that we're dealing with. So thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. So what I will do now, I'll just give some background, a short presentation around the Nordic vision. We are here at the Nordic Pavilion, so we're very keen to outline what's happening in our region. And then I think we'll move very swiftly into a session called, which is really talking about the approaches to implementing Article 6 and supporting sustainable development. So here we'll get more of a feel for what is actually happening on the ground, and there's a lot happening. So I'm very pleased to see members of the practitioner community here. So maybe if we go into the first slide. Okay, so what we wanted to highlight here really 20 years of the Nordic experience in carbon markets. And I'm very pleased that Hanna Marie is here in the background because I have shamelessly cribbed her slides, so thanks Hanna Marie for this. But here we can see in essence that there's been a lot of activity over the years from the Nordic governments going way back. After the UNFCCC was actually formulated, and then after Kyoto we saw that from 2000 onwards there was a lot of activity. Finland, Sweden, NEFCO, we were very active in establishing carbon markets, working bilaterally and working also multilaterally. And that's also an important part of this discussion, how we can work together as Nordic countries in partnership with host countries. So next slide, please. So we can see that yeah, I mean, you're familiar with much of this, but I would just say that what we've seen is that from 2015 onwards, the Paris Agreement has allowed for the use of market mechanisms. We've seen that progress has been slow, but is now accelerating in terms of mobilizing the Article 6, and today we'll hear more about that. So next slide, please. Okay. So this is really what we want to achieve, and this is the Nordic vision, if you will. It's really how we aim to catalyze global mitigation efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. You know, there's a lot of discussion around, you know, are we past that stage? I think we need to keep striving towards that target. The Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement shows the way, but we need to work even faster. And I think ambition is critical here. And I think Article 6, as was mentioned earlier, is a key tool that we can use to get there. So next slide, please. And some of the approaches that are needed really is to ensure that we focus on the Nordic priorities, and I think these are universal priorities also. We want to ensure that there's integrity of the mitigation approaches. We want to ensure that the projects promote ambition. They apply the robust accounting. We want to avoid double claiming, double counting. These are very important issues. And of course, we want to promote sustainable development. This is more than just carbon. We want to make sure that we are promoting some of the dearly held values that we have, in particular gender equality. I think there are other goals. We want to ensure transformational change. We want to make sure that this is a irreversible change that we have. We want to make sure that we have a just and inclusive transition. We want to also facilitate the private sector angle here, because it's the private sector that ultimately will do the heavy lifting in terms of financing. And let's not lose sight of that. The public finance can de-risk. It can show the way. It can support demonstration projects, but the actual financing will come ultimately from the private sector. We want to ensure that we have early examples. We want to ensure that we have learning by doing, as we saw initially in the carbon markets going back 20 years. We want to make sure that we can try and promote prompt action. And this can only really be done through fostering the sort of partnerships that we'll be talking about this morning, and the synergies that go with that. And I believe, and I hope that's my last slide. Leah, could we have next slide, please? Nope. Last slide? Okay, I think we'll skip this slide. I think we've talked about some of the parameters that we're looking to work towards, and I think moreover it would be more interesting now to move into this next session, which is really about early experiences. And would be very pleased if our colleagues would join us on the platform, please. So we have Sandra Lindström, who is the head of international cooperation at the Swedish Energy Agency. Please, Sandra, will you join us? We also have Ingvild Solvang, who is from the Global Green Growth Institute and has been working very much on climate action, inclusive development. And also, I believe we have Natalie Flores from the Dominican Republic. Natalie, will you join us, please? Okay, so this session, welcome to you all. Thank you so much for coming. This session really is around the practical aspects. We're really pleased to have some practitioners on the platform to provide some insights, important inputs into how Article 6 is developing on the ground, how methodologies are being taken forward, what tools and guidance is being implemented. So maybe I move directly to you, Sandra. I know you've had a lot of experience with this, and Sweden is really one of the front runners in this area. So maybe, Sandra, you could give us some of your views on where Sweden is headed.
Hello? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ash, and thank you for having me here today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandra Lindström. I'm the head of International Climate Cooperation at the Swedish Energy Agency. And so Sweden has been engaged in the carbon market for the past 20 years. We've been supporting almost 100 CDM projects in the past, and also participated in a number of carbon funds through the years. And since 2018, we have now a mandate to finance Article 6 programs, but also supporting the development of Article 6 as an instrument. And you will probably agree with me when I say that that Article 6 is quite different from the CDM. And Sweden's approach to this is that we develop our approach is to have two key tracks. So we do both bilateral Article 6 programs, and also we engage in multilateral carbon funds. And this is a strategy that have worked for us quite well in the past, and this is something that we continue to do. The reason for this is that we want to develop first-hand experience and understand the challenges that our project owners and the host countries have. And we also want to do multilateral carbon funds, because that enable us to support more countries, more programs, and also to have dialogue with other countries, with other donors, and share experiences and how to solve the challenges that we have in Article 6. So today we have signed 3 memorandum of understanding. Last year we signed a memorandum of understanding with Ghana, and earlier this year we signed a memorandum of understanding with Nepal and Dominican Republic. And now our next step here is to have a bilateral agreement where we stipulate the details on how Article 6 actually would work. So that means that we will have agreements on how the corresponding adjustment will be made, how the transfer of emission reductions will be done, and also how the governance structure of the governance structure of the whole cooperation. And in parallel, we're also sourcing programs in these 3 countries. So that's where we are. It's been it's been a challenge this past years. It's been difficult to develop Article 6 programs. I think that was simply because there were not that many countries that were engaged in the past. But I'm happy to see that there are more countries and companies that have now increased their interest in Article 6. So I'm really excited to see where Article 6 can be, would take us forward from now.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you. Actually, it was remiss of me to also mention that we have our colleague from Nepal also, Mr. Devesh Mani Tripath, from the Ministry of Forests and Environment. So I don't know if you would like to say some words also. Would appreciate your comments.
Standing over there and deliver my wish. Yeah.
Yes.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the Egypt Summit under the work program on mitigation, ambition and implementation established at COP26, we urge developed countries must lead on the climate ambition. They must also accelerate energy transition, phase out fossil fuels and undertake ambitious sectoral actions while making good on all their financial commitments. The rule book for Article 6 of the Paris Agreement finalized in Glasgow at COP26 in November 2021 provided details on new guidance and rules for cooperation on achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement through international carbon trading. We believe that implementing the Paris rule book, the rules underpinning the Paris Agreement is crucial to ensure transparency and accountability for action. Without implementation, accountability cannot be achieved and climate promises, especially those from developed countries, will remain unfulfilled. If we manage appropriately and sincerely, new guidance and rules for the cooperation can incentivize green investment and participating countries' economic by providing an additional revenue stream for activities that support the international climate commitments. Let me raise an issue: how developing countries like Nepal will benefit from the market mechanism in terms of achieving global carbon neutrality, aligning global finance behind the Paris Agreement, and delivering the breakthrough on adaptation to protect the most vulnerable, ultimately to achieve sustainable development goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nepal has raised its climate ambition to achieve the net zero neutrality by 2045 and prepared National Climate Action Plan through its revised NDC and NAP. And I would like to say a lot of policy reform is going on, and we are preparing to reform some institutional arrangement also, many of which align with the Sustainable Development Goals and National Development Goals priorities. However, the lack of financing has been the major challenge for the country to meet its Sustainable Development Goals SDGs targets. We believe yes, Nepal has good experience in terms of implementation of CDM project. However, there has been the surplus CERs which is yet to sold in the markets. The speed and scale of attraction to buyers to sell the credits has remained a challenge. The government of Nepal is looking forward to ensuring that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement delivers the integrated, holistic and balanced approaches to assist governments to implement NDCs through the volunteer and international cooperation. This should be designed in such a way to achieve reduction targets and raise ambitions with a clear policy foundations for emissions targeting systems, which could help lead the global price of carbon that all buyers and sellers are encouraged to participate. Government of Nepal is currently working closely with Global Green Growth Institute to build a knowledge and capacity to implement a robust process that support implementation of carbon projects and at the same time help us to achieve the NDC targets. I would like to thank Swedish Energy Agency and GGI for their such an important work in Nepal. We are working on developing the large scale of commercial biogas program, integrating fecal slugs and municipal solid waste as a feedstock, which has the potential to achieve the significant health and other co-benefits. If such a biogas plant is built in one municipality, 50,000 people within that municipality can have access to better sanitation services without external financing through carbon projects. However, these projects would not be viable until we get some external financing. External financing is the most important. If 20 such plants are built, the country has the potential to save the USD 7.5 billion by decreasing LPG imports, resulting in higher energy security within the country. 15,000 green jobs can be created. 1.2 million tons of GHG emissions could be reduced by replacing LPG with biogas in the commercial and industrial sector of the country. In managing the finance and cooperation, the government of Nepal is encouraging the private sector to implement carbon projects. We have received requests from the hydropower, cook stoves, and other renewable energy project developers for the project authorization. Once the institution and process for carbon trade are in place with the project, we will be able to move swiftly and decide which projects would best be implemented for the carbon trade. We have an interest in attracting international financiers who would want to invest and help to achieve the national climate ambitions and support in achieving SDGs. Nepal also has tremendous experience and opportunities to utilize the market mechanism and has recently signed the agreement with the World Bank under a forest carbon partnership facility. We are keen to move forward and develop the necessary process required to trade under the Article 6 and implement projects. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is work? A little? Okay. Hello? Okay, right, sorry. Okay, so thank you so much for outlining what Nepal is doing. It's wonderful to see that you've put in place some of these policies that are taking forward the Article 6 with so much enthusiasm, and we applaud you for that. So thank you so much. If I move now maybe to Ingvild. Ingvild, maybe you could give us some perspectives from the Green Growth Institute. I know you've been working together with Sweden and with many of the host countries here. So maybe you could give us some of your perspectives.
Sure. Can you hear me? No? Yes. I have to do this. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for the invitation to come and join you here today. My name is Ingvild Solvang, and I'm the Deputy Director and Head of Climate Action and Inclusive Development at the Global Green Growth Institute. And I'm standing in for my carbon pricing colleagues, and lots of greetings from Fenella One and her team. Yes, we are a growing organization. We have now 44 members and 39 operations in developing and emerging economies, including also Nepal. And we see an increased interest in Article 6 and international cooperation under Article 6 and particularly 6.2. Now with the rule book coming out of Glasgow, I think that sends a really good signal that we also notice in terms of the interest. So we now have 10 projects on carbon pricing in 10 member countries, and our technical assistance budget, including Swedish Energy Agency, Germany, and also Norway in particular, is near $30 million at this point. And we follow the entire value chain of Article 6 all the way to the awareness raising, capacity building, the regulatory frameworks, and kind of moving along all the way to the ultimate price, which hopefully one day are the coveted transactions of ITMOs. So we are delighted also to join everyone in this room on that journey as well. So that's very exciting. And of course, the beauty of this mechanism is that it is a way to mobilize finance into developing countries and our members who are interested in this without increasing the debt burdens of the countries, enabling countries to transition into renewable energy and also invest in sustainable development. And of course, on the other side of it, also among our members, we have potential buyers. So we have both sellers and buyers in our membership. And for the buyers, of course, the interest in having lower abatement cost is the driving force. And having both the buyers and the sellers among our members, I think, position us quite well to be a matchmaker of these international collaborations and cooperations. We have different types of interest also coming from our selling countries and our partners. So Swedish Energy Agency, the ITMOs there are coming from scalable projects and programs, whereas from the Norway-funded initiative, we are looking at policy approaches and ITMOs coming out of policies. And with Germany, we are also focused very much on capacity building and bringing in the private sector to realize higher ambitions. Now, the bread and butter for GGGI is the development of bankable projects. So the way that we see it is that carbon pricing is one way to finance the pipeline of projects that we have currently, which has a value of $9 billion on paper. We have to date, in the 10 years of existence, mobilized $7 billion, not from carbon pricing, but the hope is that we will see that being a part of the way to mobilize investments to our members in the future. A concrete example of the projects, I think, has already been given very nicely by Mr. Pudal from Nepal. So under the Swedish Energy Agency, we are collaborating with the government of Nepal on this biogas initiative. And I think Mr. Pudal also highlighted very well the way that we work on turning fecal waste into biogas, using the methane and turning methane into biogas, adding kind of sustainable energy to communities, creating green jobs. It has lots of health benefits. So we can see very well that there is both an economic, an environmental, and a social component to these types of projects. And I think the things that we are grappling with are how to estimate those socioeconomic co-benefits, because ultimately I think that's of real importance to policymakers, to government, to the political will, and also the social demand for these types of projects, to be able to estimate how many jobs and what are the benefits. And not only estimate it ahead of time, but also monitor and evaluate that as we go down the value chain. So we are working to see how we can then apply the gold standards, and also specifically on the policy approaches under the Norway project. It's slightly more challenging because that's a newer area. So again, we are trying to experiment on how the existing standards might apply also to policy approaches. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ingvild. I think it's also nice that you've highlighted the role of Norway as well. So sorry for not mentioning that before, but thank you so much. Okay, so maybe we can move then to another example, a very good example from the work that's being done currently. Natalie Flores, you're from the Dominican Republic. Maybe you could outline some of the activities that are ongoing in your country, please.
Good morning to all. First, thanks to Sweden and Sandra here for all the support to our country, and of course for having us as at the Nordic Pavilion in this discussion. We've been working with the team for about a year now, and we are setting, well, I'm thinking in Spanish, we are setting, the way in the Dominican Republic to have more of this agreement, but Sweden is the pioneer with our country, and we are very thankful for that. The Dominican Republic is a small developing state from the Caribbean. We are one of the most 10 vulnerable countries in the world. We are in the way of hurricanes, tropical storms, and major, hydrometeorological issues that are affecting our big economy asset, which is our tourism. The Dominican Republic also shares the island with the poorest nation in the world, probably, which is Haiti. And we have the mandate of protecting our natural resources and at the same time develop our country, and at the same time enabling an environment for the private sector to invest in this type of work. We've been leading, we're trying to lead the way in the Caribbean with the implementation of this type of agreements, like the one we have with the Swedish Energy Agency, and we signed this agreement back in June, which is fairly new, but at the same time, as I'm telling you, it's a knowledge and learning by doing experience, as it was explained, it's a priority for the Swedish government and also to us. The Dominican Republic has a very robust institutional arrangements. We've been working on these institutional arrangements for about 15 years now. We have climate change adaptation and territory organization in our constitution. We have a specific article that established climate change in our constitution. We have a national development law that established our emission reductions quota. Our emissions are 0.016% of the world emissions, but we have the compromise of reducing emissions through our NDC, and we presented an enhanced NDC back in December 2020, specifically establishing that now we are not going to condition it, our whole pledge, to international cooperation, but only 20% of it. So we are giving this type of agreement to our private sector in order for them to achieve the 5% of this pledge that they need to invest on. And the government, it's also investing 2% in order to achieve our NDC by 2030. The actual president made a pledge of trying to reach net zero by 2050, which is a very ambitious goal for such a small country, but we want to go there. We want to work hard to achieve that, and this type of agreement is the way to. Led by the Sweden support and agreement, we are working on 2 other agreements, one with Singapore and the other one with Switzerland, hopefully, to implement an integrity framework in which we can cooperate with developed nations on how to achieve the balance that we need to achieve in our world right now. Right now, we are working on that framework through a possible law of climate change in which we can establish our climate goals with the more ambitious, goal, if you want to put it that way, because we need to take our private sector to the next level. The private sector in the Dominican Republic is very compromised, but at a very, very, very high level. That means like only the biggest companies or the biggest investors have issued carbon credits, such as solar panels investment, biofuel investment, plants of biofuel investment, or wind farms. And what we want to do through Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and the cooperation that we have with the countries that I mentioned before, it's downscale a little bit to other private sector that, even though they are not like the biggest investors in the Dominican Republic, they can also issue credits and they can also enter this framework. If we don't do that, we won't be able to achieve our NDC goals or our law of development goals. The law of development was passed in January 2012. It was the first law of that year. It was passed very early in 2012. And right now, since it's the one that established the only emissions reduction by law, we want to enhance that through a possible climate change law and raise, let's say, the awareness our private sector needs in order to understand what's a voluntary carbon market, what is cap and trade, and how we can go further on what we are establishing here at the negotiations with the Paris rulebook and what we are negotiating right now in the rooms, right? Because our private sector, it's driven to social corporate responsibility when it comes to these. And we need them to understand what the market is, and we need them to go beyond. We have a law for the import of electric vehicles. And I mean, I'm not even Swedish, but I'm proud to say that we have Volvo in the Dominican Republic, and since Volvo made a pledge of electric vehicles, the company that brings Volvo to Dominican Republic is also transitioning to that electric vehicle benefits from the law that we have, that if you buy electric vehicle, you have a tax release. So we incentivize them in order to help us to achieve our NDC, because then that amount of emissions that we save when people are importing the electric vehicles go to the whole framework. We also have a tax on fossil fuel. So every time we put gas in our cars, we pay 2% of taxes that go to our carbon account to the Ministry of Finance. And that's what we want, you know, to try to achieve within the framework of this cooperation under 6.2 and this learning by doing asset, right, that we have. We were discussing over here from the negotiations that now we have to establish sort of a action plan and letter for the project developers, so we can, like under the framework of the agreement, we can work directly with the project developers, with our own private sector and international private sector, but trying to downscale it not only to big investors, but also like our medium to high investors from our country itself. So I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for outlining so eloquently, really, what the Dominican Republic is doing in terms of quite an impressive package of policies. Yeah, again, we commend you for your early action in this area, because I think there's really a lot of things going on. So thank you so much for that. So okay, so I guess we've had our first round of observations, presentations, if you will. And I'd like to open up really if there are questions from the audience, and maybe while you're thinking about your question, I could start the first question, take the first one maybe to Sandra. Sandra, based on the experience that Sweden has had to date, and I know you've been working very much on 6.2, on the bilateral part of the 6.4, but I was wondering whether you could offer your views on what the key steps are in terms of establishing a more global functioning Article 6.4 market. How do you think things are developing there, and what needs to be done?
Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, Ash, what needs to be established in order to functioning the market?
Yes,
yeah.
please.
That is a good question. I think we have come far in the last a couple of years now that we have the Glasgow Agreement in place, but there's still a lot of unknowns left to be clarified. I mean, we have the methodologies for corresponding adjustment. We have a number of technical issues that needs to be clarified in order for countries to really, how do you say, know how to engage in Article 6. And another point that I also wanted to raise here is that I think that the private sector is just getting really interested in getting interest in Article 6. And when the private sector can engage in this one, then I think that we really can see more potential of the Article 6.
Okay, thank you so much. Any hands being raised for questions? Should I move to the next? Oh yes, we have Hanna-Marie.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear all of you and bringing the action into the ground. You've all mentioned private sector, And I'm wondering, how is the private sector involved? Are they involved as project developers, financiers, I suppose, as well? But also, are you seeing private sectors interested in the buyer side? So do you have like voluntary buyer companies as well involved? Because I'm interested also in the interplay between Article 6 and voluntary carbon markets, a hot topic coming up as well. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe you could answer the question about the private sector engagement, and then we can talk about demand, maybe, Ingvild, or?
Okay, so in our case, we have both approaches. We have the project developers that have been, helping us to reach out the countries that want to invest in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And also we have our own private sector wanting to, get to know better how they can get involved and how these governmental agreements downscale to them. Because I think that's exactly the issue with the integrity of the whole framework. Because sometimes private sector do not understand how they can reach out to honor, like how can they get involved in the agreement that I have with Sweden, with Singapore, or any other country that we have the agreement with. So the idea is to work with project developers to make the private sector understand, because the project developers study our NDC, study our action plan, and can help them to make the project itself fit the agreement that we have with a country itself of what we report to the convention. That is basically the most important thing, because us as a government, our mandate is to honor the agreement, the ratification of the convention, and the agreement and the ratification of the Paris Agreement. So it's all linked. It's a little confusing, but that's why we've been, advocating for the integrity of what we agree here as a party. It's downscale to the ground. The problem with the agreements that anyone can do with any certification that has a specific indicators can sometimes contradict what we agree here, which is happening, for example, with forestry. So that's why we need to be very careful when it comes to downscale what we agree here as parties and what we report to the convention. So I think the key to integrity is right there in how to report the emissions and the compromise that the country have with the convention and with the ratification of the Paris Agreement from our perspective.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone comment on the demand side for buyers, the part of the question there? Yeah.
So to your question, Hanna-Marie, so the involvement currently from the private sector is really as a project owner, but we see more and more interest from the private sector to see how they can get engaged as buyers. But I think, as Natalie also mentioned, it's not totally clear how they can tap into the Article 6.2 cooperation that we have that we have currently. So I think in the coming year we will see how this can evolve more clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. Karen?
Very interesting presentations. Thanks a lot. I have a question about price, because in the Kyoto Protocol, the carbon market was about finding the lowest price, but in the Paris Agreement, it's another dynamic, and we don't know yet really much about the price signal. In some of our studies, we find that to have transformational impact through Article 6 to raise ambition, countries should not sell the low-hanging fruits because you want to keep them for yourself. So I just wonder if Sweden and Dominican Republic could reveal a little bit about the price.
I think that's the key to the whole framework. At this point, our agreement it's not setting a price itself because we are within the framework of learning by doing and still establishing the way forward and our action plan. But in terms of, the global scale, there's a lot of people out there offering higher prices, but we come back to what I mentioned just before of having this integrity framework that we need in order to make projects to work, because the multilateral banks are giving us a very low price, but then the private sector is offering a lot, but within what framework? Like, what is going to regulate the pricing that we are establishing at this point? And we have a few initiatives that are helping us to pave the way. We have the Fairness of Carbon Markets Association. Well, it's a foundation that is trying to enhance the conversations on setting a price between developing countries. We also have the Carbon Partnership Action, which is, we call it CPA, that it's also a work that we do with Quebec and the governments of the America for the carbon pricing of the Americas, in order to have that conversation that we can bring to the negotiations table the possibility, maybe in the future, of setting sort of a price. In the specific case of the Dominican Republic, our NDC has the calculation of what we need to achieve our mitigation goals and our adaptation goal. That means that if I have an agreement with Sweden and we have a line in our agreement that says that we're going to dedicate some of this money that eventually we hope to set up to adaptation and co-benefits from protecting our biodiversity, just to give you an example, we have to rely on the pricing that is established in the NDC and the investment needed for the NDC. Just to give you an example of a path that we are, transiting, but it's still a little uncertain.
Okay, thank you. Good question and great answer. I think it's a process, right? So. Okay, so maybe one final question from myself, and the question goes to Ingvild, really. How is the green growth, the Global Green Growth Institute, anchoring climate action under Article 6 and some of the programs that it's working with, and particularly in relation to the discussion around inclusive growth and how we manage this transition in a just way as well?
I don't know if, yes, here I am, yes. Thanks for that question. And I think it's kind of taking a couple of steps back from the technicalities of price and markets and how we are, basically we start the value chain of coming up with climate action quite a bit before we come to the point of understanding the mitigation outcomes. So in how we engage with our member countries, really starting from green growth planning, from NDC enhancement, from long-term low-emission development strategies, and in that process, applying these modeling tools to generate an idea of both economic and environmental and social co-benefits of climate action. And I think that's an important process that, in a way, the Article 6 work that we do are benefiting from the fact that we have started long before to actually lay out the land in terms of what gives most yield in terms of these additional co-benefits. So we can bring out our green economic models to look at sort of how do you then move towards low emission pathways, how many millions of jobs are you going to be creating, and then we apply also, now we are looking at developing a gender just transition framework, understanding that when we look at gender, we can't look at gender only at project level. That doesn't really solve it. It doesn't make sense. We have to step back and look at a wider policy, enabling policy environment also for enabling and understanding the barriers for women and youth to access the labor market. and that needs to be addressed at a stage, I think, prior to coming to the actual ITMO transaction. It's not the transaction that is going to solve the gender inequality issue. So I think looking at that more coherently at sort of the stages of engagement with our members, I think is beneficial to what the outcomes of an Article 6 transaction may look like in the end. So.
Yes, please.
I think we are working with GGGI in our in setting up our financial scheme with focus on climate change in the Dominican Republic. It is a readiness that was approved just less than 2 months ago. And I think it's key to take into account how the NDCs of the countries establish all the ACE and transversal topics from the decisions of the convention. And we have in our NDC the gender approach, the youth approach, and the vulnerable communities approach. So if countries have that into place in their NDCs, that translates also to the agreements that we establish with other countries. In our case, for example, we have a Ministry of Youth and we have a Ministry of Gender, which comes as a response from all the negotiations and then setting into place like these tables of conversation of climate change and youth between all these agreements that we are doing, but also those safeguards that we need to take into account at the moment of setting up the agreement. So eventually, when we go directly to the action plan of our NDC, we have to do the checklist of having into account how the gender is going to be approached. For example, the youth, the vulnerable communities, and the diversity that we need to include to achieve the goals through the agreements. So I think it's not perfect. We need more, of course, but I think it's a good way to have that in the action plans of each agreement, like these indicators. And of course, the whole framework starts with the pledge that you do in your NDC. So just a side comment.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm conscious of time as well, but it's a really nice segue into the next session, which is really going to talk more about the tools and how we take things forward there. So if we could thank the speakers and also from Nepal as well. Thank you so much for your contributions. Next speakers. Actually, and I'm going to sit here. Yeah, no, you sit there. What's the order?
Maybe if we could sit here, we can't see the slides otherwise.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, no.
Like musical chairs.
Yeah, Adama, I asked ahead. So you two will sit here?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hi. Okay, so we'll now move swiftly to the next part of our event, and this is about how sustainable development tools can be used to foster the interlinkages between the 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement. And we've had a very good discussion earlier this morning around some of the implementation issues and some of the early actions that are being undertaken in this sector. And I think this session really is taking this forwards because, as we discussed, this is more than just about carbon. It's more than just about climate, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of sustainable development. And maybe our colleagues can take us through some of these issues. We've got a very good panel for you here today, again, and I will introduce them very briefly now. On my far left here, I have Karin Olsen, who is who's a senior researcher at the Copenhagen Center of UNEP. And of course we have Christoph Arends, who's known to many of you already. He is also a senior researcher at the Wuppertal Institute. Last and by no means least, Thomas Forth is coming to us from the German Ministry of Environment. Actually, I might have got that wrong. It's not the environment anymore. Not anymore. But yes, anyway, but we have a distinguished panel here, and maybe if I could ask, I think Karin and Christoph are doing a joint presentation to start the discussion. So please, Christoph.
Thanks very much, Ash, for the introduction, for the kind words. Yes, we're going to look at the interlinkages between the 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement now in a little more detail. And we have a quick outline here. So we're going to look at the mandate of the Article 6 to promote sustainable development. We'll look at the Glasgow Rulebook and its SD provisions. And we'll then take another look at assessing stakeholder views on the Article 6.4 Sustainable Development Tool that's to be developed. We then look at challenges to mainstream sustainable development in carbon markets and take stock of tools to support the Article 6.4 supervisory body. Now, we are familiar with Article 6 now, and we're just highlighting a few issues around sustainable development in the article. It's a bit difficult to see from here. So Article 6 has got the preamble with the unitary objectives. So it's increasing ambition, it's promoting sustainable development, and also ensure environmental integrity. Regarding Article 6.2, there's obviously no international supervision, we all know that, but it's also foreseen that parties shall promote sustainable development. And the third demand is that it ensures environmental integrity. The Article 6.4 mechanism has got supervision by a UN body, which just finished its deliberations for this third meeting right before this COP, actually, in order to unfold the rules, modalities, and procedures. And the article is actually also meant to contribute to sustainable development. Yeah, I'll skip the Article 6.8 in order to save time. Now, what does Glasgow say about sustainable development? In the Article 6.2 guidance, there's a requirement to give information about sustainable development in the initial transparency report and also in subsequent biannual transparency reports. Sustainable development reporting is mandatory. The activity developers are to report how each cooperative approach is consistent with sustainable development objectives of the host party, how it avoids negative impacts and also respects human rights and other rights. As for the Article 6.4 mechanism, in the RMP decision, it's laid down that the supervisory body, this is what we mean by SB here, this causes confusion quite a lot these days. This is the A6.4 supervisory body, abbreviated SB. They are to review the SD tool as we know it from the CDM and to come up with an own tool by the end of 2023. so end of next year. The SB is to provide operational means for project developers. You want me to? Yeah, this makes it easier. Okay, right. Now, okay. Regarding Article 6.4, it says is about also to make the SD information publicly available and approved. Activity design requirements specify stakeholder consultation and also public participation. There's a grievance mechanism to be developed. I'll again be skipping the Article 6.8 and try to advance. There we go. Just a quick look at current research that we're doing at the moment. We look at what do stakeholders expect from the Article 6.4 Sustainable Development Tool. This work is actually just starting, so I can only give you a sketch of what will be done. So we're going to look at different stakeholder perspectives, like from the SB members, host country governments, local stakeholders, buyers and project developers. And we'll be covering issues like what is your experience with tools in general? How about the concept of the tool? Would it be rather be like a broad level headlines, or would you prefer detailed indicators? And we're also looking at usefulness. What level should it be used? Is it rather in the national context, or is it fixed at international level? And then obviously there's also a look at the scope. Is it rather descriptive, ex ante, is there ex post monitoring, or even quantification? Now, and this is just a look at what things could look like. This is from earlier work that we actually did together with the then UNEP-RISO Institute. So we compared different sustainable development assessment tools, and looking at the third right column, we could see that it dates quite a while ago. The UNDP NAMA SD tool is not as important nowadays any longer, but it's just showing to you what kinds of different aspects tools can cover. So we assessed, are there indicators for SD co-benefits, for example? Are they quantified? Are negative SB aspects being assessed? Is there a follow-up in terms of monitoring and reporting, and possibly also independent third-party validation or even certification? And the last point, which is also important, is there a meaningful stakeholder consultation about people in the ground affected by the projects? Now, this is the first part of our presentation. I'll hand it over to Karen for the second part. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And my name is Karen Olsen from UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. I will build on what Christoph has said, and maybe us just say that the Sustainable Development Initiative, which was together with the gold standard, and started in 2017. So we have followed these issues on promoting sustainable development for quite a long time, and we're really happy about the Glasgow outcome. Learning from CDM experience, we think that we got a lot of learned a lot of lessons that are now built into the Glasgow rulebook. So now we are focused on implementing these, doing it in practice. And this takes us to how to mainstream sustainable development in carbon markets, because the compliance market, where the 6.4 mechanism, which it is part of, with the guidance, the rules, modalities, procedures from the supervisory body and the CMA, is just one, you could say, element of the carbon market. We also have the voluntary carbon market with a lot of tools. And as Christoph said, we have from Glasgow, in the transparency framework, also a requirement to report on sustainable development, which is also a new aspect at a higher level than project level that we are used to from CDM. The challenges of these interlinked approaches is how to mainstream all approaches for what we call a race to the top. CDM was to some extent a race to the bottom, because, yeah, that's a long story, but I'll skip that. But what we want to focus on now is how to steer development of many tools towards common best practice. So we've started, and this is also work in progress. This year was funded by Finland, but also Sweden and Germany and Norway. So we have compared the criteria of the 6.4 mechanism that will be approved by the supervisory body end of next year, 2023, looking at these aspects of host party approval, safeguards for no harm done, stakeholder inclusivity, and impact assessment for the global goals, and also the transparency aspects that are actually not addressed in the 6.4 but in the 6.2. So it's pretty detailed here because we're trying to dive into the technicalities of how to do tools and how to promote sustainable development in practice. But if I can say something overall here, what I know the best is from the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, because I sit there as an expert in a subject matter expert in that panel. This is work in progress, developing principles and criteria to promote sustainable development. And we find that there are a lot of these elements that are relevant and can inform what the supervisory body needs to do by end of next year. There's also CORSIA, and here you see just overall there's less detail, but one important one, always historically the host party approval and the prerogative to decide on national sustainable development priorities was always super important, and that remains. The tools are there to help the governments promote their priorities. So in CORSIA, there's a requirement for public disclosure, but the compliance with host party sustainable development priorities is not mandatory. It's voluntary. It is so in the 6.4 mechanism and also in the ICVCM. So going to another slide with a lot of details, and this is not even comprehensive. We found here 9 existing tools that you could say constitute the evolving best practice. Different approaches, they're very different in nature. Some are at the project level, some are more at the policy level, and even some at jurisdictional level. Some are quantitative, others are qualitative, and if I am to give examples, the ICAT Sustainable Development Methodology, which I helped develop, is from a transparency perspective. So it's more high level than what the CDM was. And you can see here from 2 green crosses, meaning this is where what is addressed, that the CDM tool was very limited in scope and a lot of room for improvement. We also see a couple of national approaches, such as from Thailand and India. Thailand has an own domestic emissions trading scheme, so they are quite advanced on developing their own criteria, and we saw that in the past, but they're very different. And I think what the CDM tool brought to the market back then was that it was a common approach to sustainable development assessment, which was very welcomed. Took a long time, but we got it in the end, but a bit too late. So we hope to now have it early. And some of the tools I think that are most advanced are the gold standard, the Asian Development Bank, and the Baivera SD Vista. They actually address most of all the 6.4 mechanism criteria. I put yellow, sorry. I put a yellow cross for the ADB tool because I'm not sure if it has a grievance mechanism. The other ones do. And none of them, except the ICAT methodology, address the reporting for transparency. I think what is interesting about the Stockholm Environment Institute SDG Synergies tool is that it is qualitative and it assesses the synergies and trade-offs between quite high-level NDCs and SDGs. And in the ICVCM, it is considered a possible tool to assess net positive sustainable development impacts in an easy, least cost way, because it's qualitative. And what we propose from the ICVCM side is to have quantitative assessment being voluntary. It can then be assessed as we call it an attribute, which can be tagged to units of emission reductions. So I think I'll stop here. You can see later that we will make a report that will give more explanation and detail. But just to show that there's a lot of experience out there for the supervisory body to build on.
Okay, thank you so much, Christoph and Karen. Okay, thank you so much. Well, you know, sitting here, I get a very strong sense of déjà vu. And I say that because a long time ago, 2002, I was working with the WWF on a program which was looking at establishing a sustainable development handbook for the emerging CDM at the time, the Clean Development Mechanism. And we looked at a lot of these very similar issues. And of course, a lot of things have happened in the 20 years since. But what I'm reminded of is the discussion that was happening at the time was really about, you know, whether there are companies who are looking to mitigate carbon. They're looking to set up carbon reduction programs. There was a strong sense that are we loading too much on these companies in terms of trying to address a whole host of other sustainable development indicators, to measure them, and you know, what are the costs that are associated with them. And over the last 20 years, I've had a chance to really work with a lot of these companies, often smaller companies, who are grappling with dealing with all manner of policies which we as a financial institution impose upon them for good reason. But I wanted to get a view from you really in terms of what are the cost implications of this, and have you had any pushback in your work now? And I hope the discussion has moved on in those 2 decades, and people are much more accepting of the fact that there will be further costs that are incurred in monitoring and reporting some of these impacts. Maybe you could reflect on that, please.
Yes, so just like it's really interesting to know the price of ITMOs, it's also interesting to know what is the demand for quantified emission reductions. And we don't really have a lot of experience on payment for specific SD impacts. I think it's an emerging market. And what holds a promise to bring down the price, because there's no way you can be comprehensive. You have to be selective and prioritize. For instance, as we hear from Sweden but also Germany, we know that there's a lot of focus on gender. We actually have a dedicated standard called W+ for how to assess gender impacts. And what can bring down costs is that we are moving towards digital MRV, including for sustainable development impacts. So some of the new players in the market, Sustained Cert, that this is spin-off the gold standard, they're now assessing and certifying also sustainable development impacts. And we know that impact investors want to know quantified impacts and pay for it. So I think there's definitely an increasing demand for this. But I actually don't know how you price gender impacts quantitatively. Maybe that some other experts may know. I don't know that.
Quickly, sorry for that. Quickly and loudly, maybe just to add on that, and also looking at the time that has passed since you worked on these issues, Ash, I think a lot of things have actually changed in developing activities. And for example, we looked at the standards of different multilateral institutions and development banks, and for them assessing risks and no harm criteria is just common sense and standard. This has just become the norm, and I think this is a question of convergence that the carbon market also follows suit and mainstreams this into their assessment. It's just a matter of convergence and of standards that are being applied elsewhere anyhow.
Thank you. And actually, just for information, that carbon label, it was unknown at that time. That became the gold standard, and we presented that at the COP in India, which I think was at the end of 2002. So, and it's good to hear that these costs of MRV are being priced in, and that investors and donors are willing to pay for that. So that's good to hear. Okay, so if we move to Thomas, Thomas, if you could perhaps offer your views on how we can align some of the market-based climate action towards the net zero pathways that we've been talking about earlier this morning. So yeah, and how best to try to promote these we talk about national sustainable development priorities, and how to promote those within the Article 6 program. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ash, for these questions. I've got 3 questions to answer in this direction. I think it's a little bit complicated in the moment to answer it at the final stage. You all know that the technical details are still to be negotiated, and one of the main questions is whether we get an Article 6, which is more than the CDM, a single-based project. I don't think that a single-based project matches so much in the long-term view. I think we need a completely different basis when we speak about this long-term orientation, and it's absolutely transparent in the decisions from Paris to Glasgow that we have to go through the questions how long we can do offsetting and how the host countries can develop a low emission development strategy. That's very important, that they have an idea about their strategy, which areas are up to cooperation, and of course we would like to see that the low-hanging fruit is taken under the NDC, and when they could use additional finance through markets for the transformational processes. Then we have the questions not in an abstract sense, whether we have a tool or not, that's important, but at first we have to see in which direction the transformation should go and where the cooperation between different countries, not only with the buyer countries, but also with the climate finance partners, should go. So that's an important question. What is the basis? Who has to provide for the long-term perspective? And this is the host country, and that means the host countries needs to undertake a little bit more thinking in the strategy. And you know, in the negotiations we have only asked that this long-term strategy, the LADS, should be developed on a voluntary basis. So this is a question which countries go ahead. What we can do with the capacity building program, we will discuss with the Climate Secretariat, and what is going on with other capacity building programs to take up these questions. So I don't think that in the short run, host countries are able to develop these things. And when I look at the actual partnerships on piloting, I think it is so difficult to identify projects, especially for the Click Foundation, and in the moment you are happy to have some pilots to execute the actual questions regarding the actual NDC. So this is a little bit to develop in the future. This means during the next years, and this is a terrible thing. It's so loud outside, and I hear myself so loud, that's extreme. So, okay, this is a question for the long-term thing. Then I got something also, how to promote it with the SDGs. So the question is very clear. When you have a strategy for the low emission development, then please put it into the strategy what transformational aspects has to be addressed. So to bring it together. I don't think it's so complicated. It is decision making on the host country basis. And there has to be a readiness from the buyer side to accept this prioritization of the host country. I think this is a political question we cannot regulate. So if you are only looking for having some nice certificates for saying your company is climate neutral, then you have not an interest in the longer engagement. And the answer is someone other has to provide that host countries come into the position to have this long-term strategy. This is up to the international institutions and to buyer countries. So I see no other solution. So the last question, I think it's, sorry, I have to read it carefully. CORSIA. Yeah, CORSIA is an extreme strange thing. We rely on CORSIA, that's the private standards, take it on board, right? And CORSIA as such, as an ICAO instrument, will do nothing. They have this tab where they go through the standards and have to adapt it from time to time because the standards are moving forward and it is more complicated as under the UNFCCC. It is clear that the ICAO focus is very much on having less administrative burden to have an own scheme, but so long they are not relying on the UNFCCC standards alone, then we have to look whether in these standards the SDGE tools will be applied or not, what has mentioned by my colleagues before. So I think CORSIA, it's not an extraordinary thing, it's more complicated for being transparent. So I stop here and open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Thomas, for your views. While you're formulating questions, so please do think of any questions that you may have for the panelists. I wanted to ask a question, I guess, to all of you, really. So the tool that you're using, at what stage would a private sector project developer engage with this? How best to use these tools at a very practical level if you're developing, say, an off-grid program in Zambia? How best to use the tool?
How practically that the developers use the tools. You're right, it is developers that use the tools. So from CDM, we saw there was a survey, how useful is it to the designated national authorities that have to approve. They thought it was very useful to have a common structured approach, but it is actually the developers that choose to use tools. So we know that there are concerns around transaction costs, and they have a sort of a variety of tools to choose between. I've also seen examples of where they, because it's voluntary, that they choose to do it their own way. So it's a bit fragmented how different developers choose to use tools. I think that question is perhaps better answered by someone who actually, from a developer side, has used the tool, because I'm on the development side, I'm not on the user side. Yeah.
Just to come in briefly here, I guess it also depends on the design of the tool. We've heard that there's so many different ways of looking at these issues, but one characteristic difference is, am I just claiming that my project is going to have sustainable development benefits? So then I'd be using the tool at the very beginning of my activity when I'm negotiating with the host country and the buyers and everything. But to make actually a credible claim that my project actually delivered and brought about these benefits, then I'd be in the position to monitor all these benefits and maybe even have someone to verify whether this actually took place on the ground. So this would then enhance the use of the tool at later stages of project development. So this depends on how you do it, I guess.
No, that's a good point. I think certainly from our experience at NEFCO, we have, when I look at the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa that we're working with, we demand, as do most donors, and fund managers demand quite a complex set of indicators and metrics that they must measure and report, and many of them, of course, they have to be verified. But again, as I indicated before, as you indicated, it seems that the costs of that have been priced in. It's the price of doing business in that sense, and I think that's progress. I think that's progress because we need to monitor these indicators. There's no point talking about having gender targets if you're not going to measure them, if you're not going to hold people to account, and so forth. So we're actually experimenting with a number of gender-related issues, for example, even related to gender pay parity, measuring that in organizations, and it's difficult. It is difficult, and I think that we will get challenges there, particularly with companies which are struggling in very difficult labor markets. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. So I'll be very keen to look at the gender aspects of the tool as well. So, okay, do we have any further questions from the audience? Thank you for bearing with us. I think we've exhausted you, as Christoph has said. Okay, well, I think maybe we'll call it a wrap. I think thank you so much. I think this session really has tried to highlight the importance of sustainable development aspects of the types of projects we're looking at in the carbon markets going forward. And I think that there's a lot of activity both in terms of the implementation, and we've heard that in the first session about some of the activities that Sweden is undertaking. We know that there are other actors out there. We heard from Nepal and from the Dominican Republic, who outlined very eloquently, I felt, what types of policies are being put in place. And now we've had a very interesting second session, which has really looked at some of the sustainable development tools and methodologies. So I hope that's been very useful and interesting for you. It certainly has for me. So thank you all. Thank you so much.
So, welcome everyone to the Nordic Pavilion today. Today we will have an event called Scaling Carbon Capture and Storage. We know that large-scale carbon capture and storage will be needed to reach the climate goals. And at this event, we will explore unique Nordic capabilities and technologies that are available, proven, and ready for scaling at a global level. We will have panelists from the Nordic countries, Nordic leaders across the whole CCS value chain, and they will share their perspectives on how the technologies can be scaled up to address the global challenges, to see what barriers remain and how they can be overcome. But first, it will be my pleasure to present my organization and the need for Nordic scaling up on carbon capture and storage, and some of the Nordic barriers and how they can be overcome. So we'll go to the PowerPoint presentation first. So my name is Kevin Johnson. I work as a senior advisor at Nordic Energy Research. I will both be the moderator and have the first introduction to this talk. Nordic Energy Research is an organization with a vision to make the Nordic countries the most sustainable and integrated energy region in the world. We are the platform for cooperative energy research and policy development under the auspices of the Nordic Council of Ministers, hence why we're here at the Nordic Pavilion today. And our work can be divided into what we call 4 boxes. So first and foremost, we fund cross-country Nordic energy research in the Nordic countries. We provide what we call secretarial support for some of the ministers to support their collaborations between the Nordic countries. We hope to promote Nordic cooperation when it's possible, and we also conduct and procure different types of analysis to provide knowledge bases so that we can make knowledge-based decision-making in the Nordic countries. And in 2019, the Nordic Prime Ministers gathered in Helsinki and made a declaration on Nordic carbon neutrality. And in that declaration, they said that the aim of the Nordic countries is to be carbon neutral and to demonstrate leadership in the fight against global warming. So what we at Nordic Energy wanted to do was to provide some knowledge bases on how the Nordic countries could do this. So what we did was that we went out and we procured an analysis called Nordic Clean Energy Scenarios from a big group of Nordic leading consultancies and research organizations. And in this report, there's 3 different storylines or scenarios that we have. And what we found in all of these scenarios is what we call the 5 solution tracks to carbon neutrality that emerges from these different solutions. So what we'll begin with in the Nordic countries is this chunk of fossil fuels that we need to get out of the energy mix. And the largest solution that we see in all of the 3 scenarios is direct electrification, so EVs and boilers, so electric boilers as well. The second thing we see is power to X. We need some power to X fuels to fuel the hard-to-abate transport sector. There's still a big role for bioenergy. It's a big chunk of the Nordic energy system today, and it's going to continue to be that as well. But we also see that there's a need for carbon capture and storage and biogenic carbon capture and storage as well to reach the climate targets. On top of these more technical solutions, we also find that behavioral change can help ease the transition. So by changing behaviors, the need for the 4 other solutions are less than it would be than if the behavior pulls in the wrong direction and increases the energy demand. So behavioral change is also a key part of the solution that we need to see. Going back to carbon capture and storage, what we find in all the scenarios is that it's essential to reaching the Nordic climate targets. And there are different reasons for that. Some of that is that there are some hard-to-abate sector where the emission reductions are so costly that we really need to work hard to get them out. There are also some of the Nordic countries that have positive land use change and forestry emissions, and that means that they need to have negative emissions to go carbon neutral. And so what we end up with in the different scenarios is that the different countries need to capture different amounts of carbon until 2025. And the amount of that carbon differs a bit from scenario to scenario, but in general, it's a pretty big amount. It's about 10% of the total emissions that the Nordic countries have today. And if you look at the emissions that are being captured here from Denmark in this example, that corresponds to about the full capacity that the Northern Lights project that is being developed in Norway today are providing. And that means that we see a big reason for scaling up the Nordic carbon capture solutions. So what we see is that the need to capture carbon increases rapidly until from 2025 to 2035. So in the next 10 years, this technology needs to be scaled up and be in place. We also find that most of this carbon is captured from biogenic sources, and that is to make the negative emissions that the scenarios find. But this is also very affected by the cost assumptions that we have, and this is a variety where we're changing the cost a little, moves a lot of the carbon capture to other sources instead. We also see that some of the captured carbon, about 20 to 30%, go into new fuels, so producing power to X and upgrading the hydrogen that is made for other fuels like methanol or ammonia. So this was a quick glimpse into the Nordic, the Nordic Clean Energy Scenarios report. You can look more into details of that online. And what we also made is a follow-up report where we look into how we could map the potential barriers and the opportunities on a more political basis in the Nordic countries. And what we found there is that there are 5 different goals that needs to be done. So one is that we need to look into the working for ratificationing of the Article 6 in the London Protocol. That means making it allowed to transport carbon capture across countries, across the borders. It is possible today through bilateral agreements, but having a common framework for the whole world is also important. There's also a need to develop cross-Nordic training programs to build the capacity and the knowledge basis to scale these solutions at a Nordic level. And it's also necessary to make markets for the first movers so that there's an incentive to build the infrastructure and develop the technologies that's needed to do this. It would also be beneficial to develop a Nordic network for carbon storage and transportation to share the costs that are related to this infrastructure that can be quite expensive, and also work closer together with international institutions, and particularly when it comes to the having a common framework and viewpoint on how capture carbon from the biogenic capture will be counted as emissions in the different in EU and the UN as well. And with that, I would like to invite up Randi Skytte from Ørsted Energi. She is a trained chemical engineer with more than 20 years of experience in the energy sector in various managerial roles. In her current role, she leads Ørsted's regulatory and business development activities in CCS and is the head of development and regulation. So welcome, Randi.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for tuning in on this session today. We're very happy to be here. So first of all, a small note on Ørsted as a company. We are a global leader in offshore wind, and we are quite ambitious about our targets, climate targets. We want to be CO2 neutral in 2025, and we want to create a world that runs entirely on green energy. That's easier said than done. We do that first of all and foremost by replacing fossil power production with wind power production and renewable power production. In a Danish context, and this is my role of today, we have contributed to decarbonizing the Danish heating sector by converting our prior coal-fired combined heat and power stations into sustainable biomass. We use residues from modern forestry to provide heat and power, but also flexibility services to the grid. And then, and this is also the reason why we're here today, is when you have sustainable carbon as we do, you can capture that and thereby provide negative emissions, or even on the longer term, as you said, Kevin, going on and utilize and substitute fossil fuels in green fuels on the long run. So it's very excited to be here. Thank you.
So I'll be introducing 2 other panelists as well, but first I have an introductory question for you, Randi. So biogenic carbon capture and storage are seen as a key technology, and you at Ørsted operate several biomass-fired CHPs in Denmark. What role do you see that these technologies play in a world where there's an increasing amount of solar and wind, and with the variability that brings to the energy system?
Yeah, so we believe that our stations make a vital role in the energy systems. First, as I introduced before, we decarbonize the heating sector, and I was in a panel earlier today where the heating sector is not to be underestimated with respect to emissions, so we have to address that challenge. And we do that. We can also provide flexibility and thereby increase the deployment of renewable energy into the energy systems by providing inertia to the system and other technical systems. And as I said before, on the longer run, biogenic CO2, if we really mean it and want to run entirely on green energy, we need to solution to that as well.
Thank you. So please take a seat. Next up is Valborg Lundegård from Aker Carbon Capture. You're the CEO of Aker. You can stand or you can sit. You'll take a seat, then I'll sit as well.
Next to Randi. Thank you, Kevin, for inviting us.
Does this still work? Yeah. With more than 30 years of experience from the energy industry, including Aker Solutions before and now Aker Carbon Capture as well. Would you say a few words about Aker Carbon Capture first?
Well, I think I like to go straight to carbon capture technology because many people seem to believe that there is a lot of technology development needed in this industry to implement commercial projects. But we have a proven technology right now, and we are delivering commercial projects which are in the construction phase. Our technology has been developed over almost 20 years, and we have done verifications on a number of various flue gas applications. It's the post-combustion technology. So the flagship that we are really delivering now is the first carbon capture plant on a cement facility in the world. It's for Heidelberg Materials, Norcem, at their plant in Norway, and it will be in operation in 2024. We're also delivering another modularized carbon capture plant to Twence, a waste-to-energy provider in the Netherlands. And I'm really proud of this offering. It's a medium-sized plant, and we have reduced the cost for such plants with almost 90% since our first delivery in 2012.
Thank you. So the latest speaker that I would like to welcome is Edda Aradottir. She's the Chief Executive Officer at Carbfix, an Icelandic firm that mineralizes CO2 and stores it underground. Would you give a brief introduction to your company?
Sure. Nice to see you guys here. I'd like to follow what Valborg was saying. We actually have been developing our technology sort of in parallel to Aker Carbon Capture from the very beginning. Our journey dates back to 2006, and we have been injecting CO2 since 2012. So we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of that now. And since 2014, continuously commercially injecting CO2. So the technologies are here, they are tested, thoroughly proven by science, and we're ready for drastic scale-up. I'd like to explain how our injection technology differs from the more conventional way of storing CO2, mainly in shale and aquifers, depleted oil fields. What we do, we inject CO2 into different formations where it actually turns to stone. And I have the proof here with me. So this is, in fact, mineralized CO2. And this is a process that nature has been applying for millions of years. Not many of us are aware that 99% of all carbon that is found on our planet is actually already stored in the rocks underneath us in the form of minerals. So what we did was we developed a technology that allows us to, rather than these processes taking time over geologic timescales, we use technology to speed them up so that CO2 mineralizes permanently in just 2 years.
Thanks. So now we move over to a panel discussion, and then afterwards we will open up for some questions from the audience as well. So I hope to see that as well. And the first question is, and you've kind of answered it already, and that is, how scalable is your technology? Is it plug and play on new sites? Do you need to adjust and design it for each new place? And how relevant is this outside the Nordic as well? So would you like to start?
Yes, I can do that. So as Valborg said, technology is there. We at the moment have a Danish tender out. We have been qualified to try to participate in that. So public funding is also there. But we also, this tender that we have in a Danish context is to capture 400,000 tons of CO2 in a couple of years' time. And that's not much. So we need a drastic scale up, and our acknowledges that public funding will not be enough. We need to mobilize private capital as well, and for that we need well-functioning voluntary carbon markets to develop. So that is something that we also discuss with our partners in the Nordics. How can we do that with high integrity?
And you, Valborg?
Scaling is certainly important, and through our journey we have proven the technology from the small pilot plant to the sophisticated technology center Mongstad in Norway, the most sophisticated carbon capture technology center in the world with a capacity of 80,000 tons. Our modularized deliverables now to the Netherlands is 100,000 tons. The cement plant that where we are implementing carbon capture is 400,000 tons, similar size like Randi mentioned. And then we are also working on really large projects in the UK. This is still in the feed phase, but here we are talking about carbon capture from greenfield gas to power plants with a capacity of 2 million tons per year. So our technology is certainly scalable. And this is what we need. We need scale, we need big plants, but also we need to accelerate the industry. And that is why our medium size offerings are really based on mass production principles with modularized solutions, which means that we can deliver in less than 2 years. And this is important. So we are ready from the carbon capture side, but we need the full value chain and we need storage.
Edda.
It's my turn then. So you asked how scalable is the technology. Well, if we look at the type of formations that we inject into, and these are basalts and similar rock formations, so completely different from those used for traditional storage. If we look at the capacity found around the world, these are one of the most common rock types on Earth. We find them on 5% of the continents. They cover those, and majority of the ocean floor. And if we calculate how much could we store theoretically, it's hundreds of thousands of gigatons. So way more than we will ever need for climate action, way more than we will ever need if we were to burn all fossil fuel on Earth, which of course we're not going to do. So the scalability is there when it comes to the storage reservoirs. So it's an engineering task to start developing those as soon as possible. This of course takes time. You asked if it's plug and play. Yes, in a way, and no, not necessarily in all cases. The underground is never uniform. Where we find storage reservoirs similar to those which we have already been using, it's more or less plug and play. You always have to stand the ins and outs of different reservoirs, but that's just normal procedure. But then when we're entering different types of formations, we are doing as well, because we know we can take the technology further than we've done already. And then, of course, these projects have longer lead times. For plug-and-play projects, it can range from maybe 3 to 6 years, depending on various factors. So scalability is absolutely there. And then when it comes to what the biggest barrier is, for us, it's really the regulatory framework. Our type of injection is included in the EU policy, in the US policy, but still there are certain aspects of the various policies that are not in line with the sort of new emerging technologies, providing barriers. And then also, and this applies for all injection technologies, I also feel that the processes themselves, the timing that they take, it's not in line with the urgency of action we need to take. So it's really, this is the big task, and I know that governments are working on it, but I would encourage them to work quicker. And we've actually been working very closely with the Icelandic government, and we have had tremendous, we've changed this, how we can implement and run some of the permitting processes in parallel, so this can be changed.
Thank you. So you answered some of part of my next question, but so we're talking about the potential for global implementation here. So what I'm hearing is that most of the projects here are happening in Northern Europe. We are seeing some movement in North America as well, but will the world follow? Do you also see projects or interest from other parts of the world, such as Asia, Africa, South America, and so forth?
Maybe I can start, and I would like to highlight those bold first movers like Ørsted. We need companies going forward and establish those first-of-a-kind projects so that we are able to accelerate fast. And I think the Nordic countries really has been leading for many, many years in the industry of CCS. And we have just been waiting for this moment in time, when the whole world really wakes up and see that it's part of the solutions to meet net zero. So we need customers like Ørsted, we need storage providers like Carbfix, and we need carbon capture providers like Aker Carbon Capture. And I believe that we have something unique to offer. We have the technology, we have the momentum, and a culture in our company that really would like to contribute to decarbonizing the world. There is a unique potential for storage of CO2 in Iceland with a unique technology, in the North Sea with offshore storage solution. And these are technologies and offerings that we can take out worldwide. One of the most important messages that we've heard in this industry, and I think for the world over the last couple of months, is the Inflation Reduction Act from the US. And when we established our company 2 years ago, we prioritized Northern Europe because we saw that was where it was most mature. Not only a lot of customers with focus on CCS, but also the regulatory regime, even though not as mature as we would like. But right now, I see with the Inflation Reduction Act that it's business driven in the United States. And this may accelerate the market even faster. And that is why it's so important that we can build on to the reference project that we have here in the Nordic country and can bring this technology to the world, because that is what it takes to meet net zero.
I got a question for you, Randy, and for you, Ed, as well. So, would you like to answer first?
Yeah.
No, yeah. So what I would like to ask is, listening to Valborg here, it sounds like a lot of the capture solutions are ready and ready for scaling. So my impression might be that there's the storage part is kind of lagging a bit behind, especially on the kind of big projects, the big storage facilities. So my question is, do you agree that that's one of the major problems right now? And for you, Edda, afterwards, you have a technology that's, at least in Norway, is not as known as the kind of traditional underground oil and gas field storage is. Do you see that your technology is seen as a viable option or alternative to that? So, but first to Randi.
Just wait. So maybe a note on the interest overall globally. So we in Ørsted, we are active basically in all of the world, and we see a growing interest, especially in the power to X and the green fuels area. But that is a little bit further down the road, and it starts and ends with capture technologies, basically. So I'd like to just say a little bit more about the Danish tender that we have ongoing, because here you, as a CO2 emitter, you take the full risk of the value chain. And that part of me thinks that this is a good thing, because we need to have the value chain in place. So it would be a very bad story if we just captured the CO2 and had nowhere to put it. So in that context, I think it's extremely important that we look at the whole value chain. That said, this is also where we see the highest risk. This is where we see, do we have an infrastructure in place? Do we have the storage in place? And do we have the whole regulatory framework about mitigation hierarchy and adherence to SBTi targets and those kind of discussions, which are also being discussed when we talk about storage solutions?
And you, Edda, does your solution gain track in the discussions, or, yeah?
Yes, absolutely it does. Of course, our technology is newer than the traditional one. So, of course, it takes time for different parts of the world to become aware of it. But as I said, it is included in the policies, in the regulatory frameworks, in our target markets, in Europe, and in North America. Although there might be slight adjustments that we would prefer to be seen, these are minor compared to the overall framework which is in place. And we see that both the European Commission looks very much towards our technology. Just this summer confirmed by the fact that they granted us a very large grant from the EU Innovation Fund for us to support our biggest project that we're working on, the Coda terminal, which is cross-boundary transport from Northern Europe to Iceland, where we will take the technology to scale at the world's first mineral storage hub. So absolutely it is viable. I would say it is understandable that for countries like Norway, where other large projects are being developed, it's understandable that it's maybe not the top of the list still, but there are possibilities for us to add to what's already going on in Europe, Denmark, different parts of the world, because we can offer different ways of building a project where we have basalt and similar formations on land, and in many cases just in the backyard of large emissions. It can be done there, just in the backyard. It doesn't have to be transported offshore, and that's actually something I forgot to mention in the very beginning. What really distinguishes our technology from the traditional one, at least in Europe, is that we do things on shore. Of course, saves a lot of cost. So I would say for sure it is a viable technology, but it is an emerging one. So of course we have to continue to educate about this possibility, and then we play on the strengths that we can implement it sometimes in the backyard of large emitters.
So I would like to end the panel discussion by asking each of you the question: if you have to choose, what are the two largest barriers? Because it seems like you're ready to scale up, but what are the two largest barriers that you see for scaling up this technology as fast as it needs to be? And I can begin with Randi.
So we already said technology is there, storage is there. We are ready to lean in, but we need capital, and we need private capital. We need to mobilize that fast. Together with public funding. So I would again repeat, voluntary markets, that they are being developed and are well functioning, have the trust that is needed, will be crucial to scaling up this technology.
I would also add, yes, the pull from the market is important. I was listening to the First Movers Coalition earlier this week with John Kerry, and now this coalition now consists of 66 companies who want to buy low carbon products. And recently, cement was added as a sector. And this is what drives the market. It's governments, it's private companies who really want to buy solutions. And we have a unique example. We're having an MOU with Ørsted and Microsoft and Aker Carbon Capture. And you may ask, why Microsoft? Well, they are interested in the negative emissions, the carbon credits that you achieve when you implement CCS on Ørsted's bioenergy plants. And that's the market pull. I think that's what we need.
I've already mentioned that it's the regulatory framework, so that is something that absolutely has to be addressed. And not just for the existing technologies today, we need the framework to be technology agnostic, so tomorrow's technologies are already more or less included there. But then I would also like to say that it's the workforce. I mean, we need to build up so many large-scale projects so quickly. It takes a lot of brains, hands, and so forth. So we need to move quite a lot of workforce into these emerging technologies, and that's also a challenge.
So I believe that we have time for questions from the audience. So do we have a microphone here? Yes? The first question?
Yeah.
Would you state your name as well and where you're from?
Sure. You hear me? Yeah, perfect. So my name is Halil Wagdani. I'm a geologist currently doing my master's in the Netherlands in CCS and depleted gas fields in the North Sea. So I've been attending all the CCS sessions that I can find around. There was one last night on CCS in Africa. There was one just an hour ago by the oil and gas industry talking about CCS. And the major sentiment that I got, and I'm quoting a sentence here, CCS is expensive and not economically viable. You mentioned financing is going to be important. You mentioned frameworks to include future technologies. That's what the industry needs. Well, how would you reply to a statement like that, that CCS is expensive and not economically viable in terms of corporations?
Well, everything costs, and the main problem here is that we do not still have a universal real price of on carbon emissions. Our technology is very cost competitive. When we apply it as we're doing it in Iceland, in a full on-site value chain, capture, storage in the backyard of a geothermal power plant, the overall cost of the full chain is less than $30 per ton. I mean, it's very cost competitive. And of course, it changes the business model of companies that have been allowed to emit significant amounts of CO2 into the model. It does add extra cost. But then on the other hand, we know that if we don't do it, well, the other side of the coin, it's going to be so much more expensive. And if you calculate this added cost all the way through the full value chain to the eventual product, it is a small additional margin on the end product. So I would say this is rather an excuse not to take the drastic action that we have to take.
The gentleman here had a question as well.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Wasim Dbouk. I work at the University of Southampton, and I'm involved in a project looking at carbon capture, utilization, storage as part of the UK government's plans. And I'm based in Southampton, where we don't have any nearby geological storages. So we're looking at the options of transferring the CO2, transporting it either by ships or by pipelines. So we're interested in designing the business model around it. And I'm wondering, I think the question is probably for you, Edda, is personally, this is the first time I'm hearing about the technology that you've just presented, and I'm wondering if you think this is, because my background is in law, and I'm looking at the legal and regulatory framework for the transport of CO2. And there's a big challenge around shipping of CO2. You know, there's a lot of conventions that would need to be, a lot of regulations and laws need to be amended, and that would take a lot of time. And I'm wondering if the technology that you're presented now could be a solution for that, especially for places like Southampton, where the CO2 would need to be transported and the regulatory framework would not be updated as quickly as we would like.
Yes, absolutely. I guess you're referring to, for example, the London Protocol, which has to be implemented for offshore storage. And until that's been properly done, it's bilateral agreements between countries. So because we do storage onshore, the London Protocol is irrelevant. So yeah, absolutely. This gives us an additional advantage in that respect. However, we do have some cases, like for example in Norway, where there are already agreements with other countries countries regarding the London Protocol, so other sites certainly exist. But yes, in our case, it's not a barrier.
First Valborg and then Randi.
If I may, I'd
just like to add on. CO2 can be transported on truck, train, ships, in pipeline. You know, we can liquefy, cool and liquefy if it's like ship transport and so on. So that is, there's full flexibility. However, there is also another alternative. You know, if storage is not available in the area, of course we can look at utilization. And the project that I mentioned in the Netherlands, here the CO2 is sold to greenhouses in the area as fertilizer. And in the past, they used to burn fossil fuel to get that CO2. So it's a very good example of circular economy. And of course, we are looking into projects where you also have utilization related to sustainable aviation fuel. So there are several options.
I'd also like to add a note that this is very much our experience for the Danish economy is that it takes bold companies to drive the development. So we need companies like Microsoft really ambitious about how to offset and how to address their historical emissions. And for instance, since the tender we had, we said, we are ready. And there were a lot out there who said, oh, it can't be done, we won't be ready. We don't have any permits, or we don't have the protocol, we don't have the bilateral agreement in place, but we've decided that it must be done. So we can see that pushing the agenda is actually also moving the regulation forward.
There was a question from the gentleman behind you, yeah?
Yes, thanks. Hi, my name is David. I'm from the Council for Geoscience in South Africa. So I'm interested in how you went about getting environmental acceptance to test some of these technologies. So that's probably one of the biggest problems we have. So cost aside, you know, farmers are worried about, is this thing going to affect my crops? So things like that. So I'm interested in the Nordic experience on the environmental part of it. Yeah.
Maybe I should start, and if we follow the value chain with carbon capture first. So when we delivered the technology Senja Mongstad in Norway, there was a lot of focus, you know, from the communities around that there would be actually emissions from this plant, nitros, amines, and so on, that really was non-acceptable for an environmentally friendly technology. And we therefore developed, you know, this is an absorption process, it's an amine solvent based. We therefore developed 2 unique blends which gives minimum emissions to air from the plant. And also it's a biodegradable solvent. So I think there was a lot of testing done. We can document that this is HSE-friendly technology. And this is something that we have focused in particular in our company because of our experience from Norway. So.
Of course, these are very understandable concerns for nearby communities where new technologies are being implemented. And I mentioned in the beginning that our project was a pure R&D project in the very beginning. So we did very thorough analysis of everything that happens, and we still do. Of course, when it comes to groundwater protection, make sure to case the wells properly so that everything you inject goes certainly below that depth. We also have shallow wells that monitor and demonstrate that nothing that we inject is getting back to the groundwater systems that are at a shallower depth. In a way, physics takes care of this for us in geochemistry because we actually inject CO2 by dissolving it in water, so there are no risks of it wanting to escape. It's denser than the surrounding groundwater, so it wants to sink rather than rising towards the surface. And then the mineralization processes that turn the CO2 into stone, these take 2 years. And once the CO2 is mineralized, I mean, it's just part of the bedrock, so no need to worry then. But we do carry out very detailed monitoring campaigns that demonstrate all of this use geochemistry to track the mineralization process, flux measurements on the surface to show that nothing is degassing. And this has been published in the scientific literature, so I can certainly point you towards some interesting papers on this.
And maybe just a word on the input side as well, because I think that is just as important to address. So as I said in the beginning, if we want to go all the way and to deep decarbonization, we need a lot of more forests and to drive them in a sustainable way. And those residues from that forestry we can use in our processes, but it must at all times adhere to the science-based targets and respect the mitigation hierarchy, so that it will not be an excuse for just continue doing what we are doing today. We should do something different. So the whole value chain from input to output should be addressed.
So I think there's an option for a last question before we wrap up.
Thank you. My name is Ellen Haaslahti. I'm a environmental and sustainability student and an activist from Finland. I'm working in a youth-found project called Operatio Arctis, and we're especially concerned about Arctic tipping points and how to possibly still reverse some very destructive pathways with climate repair technologies. We say that as very imperative to look on at the moment. So I came a bit late, so I didn't catch what was the technologies really about. But I have a question that also we've been very much trying to answer to you. So how can we ensure that big emitters won't use these kind of technologies as a way to slow down with reducing emissions? Like, how are you actively sort of, what kind of role do you have there?
So thank you very much for that extremely important question. I think that as from Ørsted, we are the first energy company to adhere to the science-based target. And that is basically addressing the concerns that you are talking about. And this is extremely important to us, that we set a standard, that we show that it can be done, that we try to do our best to adhere to those principles. I think it's absolutely core. There must be no doubt about that it's only residual emissions that we capture and storage.
Maybe a very specific example. We worked with our customer, Heidelberg Materials, for their cement plant in Norway since 2011. They've had a focus all the time reducing the emissions. They started with energy efficiency. That is what all customers do. Then they replaced the fuel, fossil fuel, with waste and biogenic fuel to get down the emissions. But from the cement industry, half of the emissions comes from the process itself. This is a so-called hard-to-abate sector. So the only way that cement can really be cleaned is through carbon capture and storage. And that is why you need to do all of them.
I just want to echo what's been said. Of course, our technology, mineralization of CO2, it's born within the renewable energy sector for geothermal, which is already green energy production. But still, there are some emissions coming from the volcanoes that we're utilizing. So in some cases in energy production, and also when it comes to bioenergy, it is green. So we have to capture what is being emitted, and then it's the hard-to-abate sectors. And these are really our target customers. Of course, we have to stop burning fossil fuel and transition to renewable energy wherever that's possible, of course, considering climate justice. So we are very think along the lines that you described and hold ourselves and our customers to high standards in that respect.
So with that, I think we will conclude. So I'll conclude that the technology is here. It's scalable also outside of the Nordics, but there are some barriers to be overcome. So capital, public acceptance and awareness, and also the regulatory framework needs to be in place as well. So please give the panel an applause.
What happens if we fail to share what we know? Even though the ocean is vast, marine life is living in the same space as dense traffic, commercial fishing, and industrial energy production. If you want to build an offshore wind farm or use the ocean's resources, you need to prove that life in the ocean remains unaffected. If you want to increase the size of fish stocks, you need dynamic no-take zones. If you want to avoid toxic algal bloom attacking your fish farm, you should be able to predict when that will happen. Without sharing fresh data, all of this is fiction. Sharing data is what stands between us and making the ocean what it needs to be. A way of making life on Earth sustainable in the future. That is why we are building an ocean avatar of data, of shared knowledge and understanding. A digital representation of the sea in near real time. The Ocean Data Platform. Are you brave enough to share? Explore the ocean by liberating your data and join us.
Welcome everybody to the Nordic Pavilion at COP27. Welcome back, I might say. The topic for this event is Dare to Share, Your Future Depends on It. It's not a political campaign statement, it's the truth and it is the fact. If we are to find the best solutions to the problem we have caused to our planet and for ourselves, we need sustainable solutions and we need sound governance. Sustainable governance depends on data sharing across borders and across silos. Even though the Nordic and Baltic region see themselves as being in the forefront of digitalization, we need to pick up the pace. Sharing of data is vital for collecting existing knowledge and testing digital solutions before we make decisions. And it is known that one important actor in this is the industry, which holds a large amount of data. We live on the blue planet. It's a reason why it's called blue. It's called the ocean. You might have guessed the ocean is going to be our example today for the need to share data. Whatever you want to do in the ocean, you need data. So do everyone else. So is it possible to split the gain, split the bill, I mean, and divide or share the gain? Our first speaker today thinks the answer to this question is obvious. Please give a warm welcome to Njål Tengs Hagen, Director of Business Development at the Norwegian Mapping Industry. Njål, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you. Now, before we start, I always start this presentation with a small session. So please all join me and take a deep breath. Come on, deep breath. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Exhale. Now, 2/3 of what you just inhaled are produced in the oceans. And depending on which reports you read, 40 to 60% of it will be stored in the oceans. That's how important the oceans are for us. I always start my presentations with this picture. It's a painting by Erik Werenskjold. It's called Vannkikkere. It's in the Norwegian National Museum. And for me, this has always been the embodiment of the fascination mankind has always had about what lies below the surface of the oceans. It's a wonderful picture, and if you're ever in Oslo, you have to see it. Are anyone familiar with the story of Abraham Walt? One is. Bear with me. Two is. Now, during World War II, fighter planes returned from missions and they were riddled with bullet holes. So what the Allies did was to map out those bullet holes on a sketch in order to know where to reinforce the planes so that more could return back to base. But then a mathematician working as an airport maintenance crew, he asked the questions, but what about airplanes that don't return to base? Perhaps they were shot down where these bullet holes are not on the sketch. So they tested his hypothesis, and of course they reinforced the areas where there were no bullet holes, and more planes returned. Now we've all learned that the moral of the story, of course, in this is that data is only as good as the person analyzing it. But there's a different meaning to it as well. There's always more than one way to interpret data, and that's the important lesson from this. Because if we look at this picture with Abraham Walt's plane, and we as nations look at our own small parts of the plane, we miss the whole picture. And if we then interpret the data, we risk interpreting them wrong. And if we leave the maintenance and the spatial data infrastructure to private companies and NGOs, then we might have to pay in order to get the whole picture, which is also wrong. Now this map shows what I'm talking about in a very clear detail, because it's obvious that whatever every single country does in this ocean, it will have consequences for its neighbors. So the countries could have the world's best management plans for their part of the ocean, but they're still not managing the ocean as an ocean basin and helping each other out. And why are we doing this? This is just a few examples from publications I found about the environmental state in the Baltic Sea, and there's literally hundreds of them. So we're proposing a project that the Nordic Council of Ministers has agreed to finance in order to put together a collaboration platform where all the national stakeholders will deliver their data and make it readily available, free and open for everyone to use, in order to get a proper basin management on board. We see countries that has marine protected areas right up across to the border to the neighbor, and on the other side of the border there's full commercial activity. That's because the countries aren't aligned. So we propose to do this on live data, on Spotify data for geodata, as I call them, which will then allow us to pick the tune when we want it, how we want it, and put them together and make our own actual melody. And then we can start using data from other nations together with our own data, and you can get a fuller picture. I see some of my figures are missing. I propose a radical new approach, because instead of staring ourselves blind on SDG number 14, life below water, and its need, I think it's more important that we concentrate on SDG 17, cooperation to reach the goals, and SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Because if we can manage to cooperate locally, regionally, nationally and globally on sharing the data, and if we team up with industry and academia, and the nations provide the national infrastructure, then I think we have most of the data needed in order to solve the issues for a lot of the other SDGs and their data needs. Now, the oceans covers 71% of the planet's surface, and it produces more than 50% of the world's oxygen. and it absorbs about 25% of all carbon dioxide emissions. It's the lungs of the world, but also the world's largest carbon sink. 3.5 billion people are depending on the ocean. And yet, SDG 14 receives 0.01% of all SDG funding. Mr. John Kerry said on the Monaco Week, he said, if you want to solve the climate crisis on this planet, you cannot do it without taking into consideration the ocean. And I fully agree. I have an appeal right at the end. We're getting closer now. And the appeal is stop wasting money. And by that I mean, when you're funding things, please think in a value chain. Stop throwing money at the marine biologists. It doesn't work. They can tell you, yes, there's fish here, but they can't tell you why there's fish here. There's a value chain. You need the marine terrain, you need the sediments, you need the currents, the oceanography, the chemistry. And then the marine biologist can say, yes, there's fish here, and we know why. We need the whole knowledge base. When you're surveying, or when you're planning to survey, talk to other national agencies. What data needs do they have that you can collect at the same time rather than spending public money in the same area over and over and over again? Hear their need for data. Ask them, what data do you need? Why do you need the data? When do you need the data? And how do you use the data? And then, of course, when you're disseminating data, when you're sharing your data, think fair. Think spatial data infrastructure. Talk to the users. Hear their need for the data. Don't put up all your data with Latin names and what have you. Make them understandable. The metadata has to be understandable for the users. Not everyone is a scientist. And if you're going to save the climate, if you're going to save the planet, you need to make sure that Joe Bloggs in the street understands your data, not just the scientists. And finally, scientists and researchers, you need to share your data now. When I talk to scientists, we're all agreed that time is of the essence, but not for them, because when they have gotten their data, they need to write their scientific papers and their report first, and then they can share the data. And that can take up to 3 years. You need to share the data now, not in 3 years' time. The penultimate slide. The ocean needs a champion. Oh, my pictures are not showing. There was to be Superman and Superwoman here. We need a superhero of the oceans. I try to advocate this, but I'm a civil servant. No one listens to me. I'm fully aware of that. Kimberly will meet later on. Anna is here today, and they're both strong voices within their field, but they're not strong enough, I'm sorry to say. We need someone with a global voice. Even Anna Solberg, Norway's former prime minister, her voice isn't big enough. We need a global voice. A global voice that understands the complexity that I've shown you and understands the processes behind it, and a voice that will ring out clear and world will understand. That's what we need. And if anyone feels the calling, please feel free to come and talk to me afterwards. We can talk about that. I'm Njål Tengshager. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. Please have a seat, and I will also invite up Anna Selsing, Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval. I remembered.
Thank you. Great.
Yes. And I would also like to welcome another guest, because regions and countries are important in this, but we also have NGOs and non-profit organizations. And let me introduce to you, hopefully, there she is, a lady that is really passionate about sharing data former head of Microsoft Norway, now CEO of the non-profit organization Hub Ocean. And Kimberly Mathisen, welcome. It's so nice to have you with us online from Oslo, Norway.
Hello, hello, Egypt. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm
Definitely.
so glad the technology works. Thank you for having me. And it's just a couple of days before I can be there with you myself. I will be coming down soon, but thank you so much for the opportunity to join remotely.
Would love to see you live here as well, so you're so welcome. But anyway, let me start by asking Kimberly, why is sharing data so important to you?
Oh, yes. So, well, Njol, let me just say, you're a Superman in my book, Njol. And so let me build on some of the things that you just said there. You know, the ocean, the absolute criticalness and the sense of urgency we have to have around this ocean is really the driver. What we don't know about the ocean and what data and digitalization can do for us is just so profound. I've spent over 25 years of my career in business. I've spent the last many years deeply in all forms and different spaces with some of the most innovative technology on the planet. And I believe with all my heart that I've seen the art of the possible, that we can use this digitalization and this growing set of data that we have to address this space. And frankly, I can't think of a space which can benefit more from the technologies that are available if we can find out how to deploy them and collaborate on them, right? This ocean that is still so unmapped, overexploited, poorly governed, the difference that more insight can make, data can make, and transparency can make, it's really profound. So that's what's driving me.
Njol also talked about all the data that the government possesses. He showed us a slide here with all the governmental institutions. But what can Hub Ocean do that they can't?
Yeah, so you mentioned industry data, right? There's what Hub Ocean really endeavors to do is to aggregate data sources from everywhere. And thankfully, there's some jobs that we don't have to do because they're being done extremely well. And the set of data that Njol indicates from Norway and from many, many countries, there are wonderful pots of open data, authoritative data, right? There are wonderful aggregated global databases. Those are places to start, but there are many, many other types of data sets, small ones, which if we could collect them together, could be really meaningful. Industrial data sets, which frankly, we've only begun to open up. There is such a richness there. And so what Hub Ocean's mission in all of this is to provide connectivity to all of those sources, take away the complexity that many, many, many organizations and the duplication that we would face of trying to get these out front and center and connected. But more than anything, perhaps, it's to foster all of us to get our data and our mindsets truly out of these remarkably robust silos that we've grown up putting them in and make them work together. And so that's what we aim to bring to the party.
So you want the private sector to pitch in on the sharing of data, but let me ask you, are they willing to share?
Oh, the private sector? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. So well, look, I could talk a long time about the distance we still can go, the opportunity in sharing data across the board. But let me address industry specifically. Oh, we have a big job to do. There's a massive amount of data. Look, I am very, very clear that part of this mission is to reset the needle on what industry views as appropriate to share, right? And let's just acknowledge that we have a long way to go. We have a lot of companies who really want to do the right thing, but think about it. We set up industry in many, many, many cases with a really wrong kind of thinking from the start. I always refer to oil and gas when I when I think about this is we gave oil and gas licenses out. Norway did this. We've done this around the world. And we let oil and gas companies, we let companies take out those natural resources in our ocean, which is one of the most important common assets that we have. And we asked for so little insight in return, right? We largely, as a public, we lent one of our most important goods to this exercise, and we really got no information out of it in return about what the other implications and the other impacts were. That isn't a way we would want to set this up again, right? We would want to correct that and rectify that. But we're really entrenched around these, as an example, in industry and silos. And so it takes a heck of a lot of what I believe you could say is both carrot and stick to work this terrain, to really bring these, this mindset change and action taking apart. It's going to take willingness to share, but it also takes a lot of forced transparency, right? Regulations to share. And you have to work really hard to look at these value cases as well. They are there. There's a possibility to redesign for the common good, and industry can also win in that. But by all means, it's an innovative and complex challenge to take on.
Thank you, Kimberly. And I think it's time also to bring in the private sector here. As Kimberly, as I heard Kimberly, it was about trust and it's about transparency. And Anna Selsing, you are the Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval. What do Alfa Laval need to be comfortable sharing your data?
That's a very good question. And it's complex, but let me just tell you a bit about what Alfa Laval is, and in this context, we have a global presence and a wide span of technology that we do. We are technology leaders within heat transfer, within fluid handling and separation, but we also have a company within our group called StormGeo, who is collecting data and weather forecasting to save carbon emissions for the marine industry and fuel, so saving 1 million tons of fuels by optimizing the routes of the ships every year. And to your question, we need, I think as Kimberly said, we need regulations, we need them to be fair, we need regulations to be monitored, we need to secure our data somehow, because in our technology leadership is the ownership of the data. So I think as Newell said, that it depends also on what data you want. If you are very specific on what data you want and why, then it would be easier for us to share the data. We will not share all the data. I think it's very important to go back to what's the drive to create the data. It's very often commercial in the beginning. But in the beginning, that's where our technology leadership lies in. But when we have that leadership and create the data, then we also inspire regulations to get in place. And when we've inspired regulations, then everybody's starting to collect the data. And as a third step, then the data becomes a commodity and we can share it. So I think it's very important to just not talk about broadly data, but as you said again, we need to know what data we want and why.
So, to what extent do Alfa Laval share their data today?
It also depends, but let me focus on the marine sector and the ocean. And if I also specifically, I know Kimberly knows StormGeo and my colleagues there, and we are both dependent on open source, high quality databases that we use. And for example, we collect data on historical current observations that we share. That is one small part, but there's a lot that we do not share. And Kimberly knows that because it's in our technology leadership. And we don't have regulations at the moment that we can trust in, unfortunately.
Newell, you had your hand up.
Because I've been standing in this for several years now, and I've been talking to the oil and gas companies in Norway. There's something like 1,600 active licenses in the Norwegian waters. And by the end of this year, we will have an agreement in place where the oil and gas companies share all the data with us. And when I say all the data, of course I don't mean all the data, because some of them are business critical data, but luckily for us, bathymetry isn't, the marine landforms aren't, the water column data isn't, coral sightings aren't, you know? So we will finally get our hands on that, and we can then get a much larger picture of the data in our basins that we can start working with, together with Kimberly and others in doing that. But can I just say one thing? And that goes out to, if there are anyone watching now who's actually an advisor to any policymakers. And that is, we saw Solveig Lundegård previously talking about what is essentially the Langskip project, which is basically a 27 billion kroner investment, whereby you extract CO2 from Norcem, the cement factory, you putting on ships and you dump them 2,600 meters below the bottom of the sea in geological formations. Now, to begin with, that will remove 1.5 million tons of CO2 every year. And when it's fully operational, 5 million tons CO2 every year. Now, 1.5 million tons CO2 is equivalent to what kelp forests, 100 square kilometers of kelp forests bind of carbon. And that's free. It's called photosynthesis. But the problem is, whenever there's a big, sexy technology, bleeding edge projects, the politicians throw their money at it instead of thinking, hang on, what will give me most bang for the buck? I can invest there because that's a very important long-term investment to do in competence and knowledge. But at the same time, I can actually use some money to identify the correct areas where we can start restoring the kelp forest. And in Norway, we have 8,000 square kilometers that can be restored, by the way, and do both. But somehow, dear policymakers, if you're watching, you fail to see it.
Kimberly, I don't know if you want to comment on what Njål just said.
In basically both what Anna said and what Njål said here, because I think Anna fairly points out that there hasn't been enough clarity or lifting of the scientific voice, the need, the rationale, and the opportunity to take industry data and plug it into the right places and make it work hard and make it matter. And I find that a lot, that organizations are actually willing to share oftentimes the kinds of data which are first and foremost what we're going after, to collect things like Njål was talking about, salinity and temperature and currents across the top of the water, currents across the seafloor, biological biodiversity information, right? Have you ever wondered how much biodiversity information there might be in those seismic water column pictures that industry has shot over and over and over and over again? Where is that data, for example? So to point out and lift the voice of science and to shape these data recipes and be very specific then for what the requests are, it is the right work to do. And then I would challenge those who have Anna's position in the world, because the next step is, right, we'll lift the voice up, but please, you need to prioritize to then be interested enough to do the work. It is not the top of the agenda very often. It has to be prioritized work. There have to be several champions in the organization that look for what's the right thing to do, what can we do, and must we do for the environment and the footprint and the impact that we're having broader than profits, right? But also the happy news here is I can tell you, we start to collect many, many interesting examples.
Uh-oh. I think you froze up on us now, Kimberly. I don't know if you can hear us. But meanwhile, I'm going to go to Njål and Anna here. I could sense some frustration in Kimberly about the pace and the direction we are going in. So how can we create a transparent and trustworthy structure for collaboration and partnerships between public and private sector? Anna, would you start on that one?
Yes, I think it again goes back to those monitoring of regulations, because there is a competition within this, both when it's on the private and public sector. I see institutes that, as you say, Noel, you want your paper published and you want to keep your data. And we want to keep our data because it's business critical sometimes. And we need to have a monitoring that really then gives us, those who want to do the right thing, the benefits of that, and the opposite. And I think one other way would be also to sit down together and talk about it, and talk about what we really need, and start somewhere. To talk to you, Neil, to talk to you, Kimberly, and discuss and start somewhere with that data that might not be critical, because both of you say, and I agree, there is data that's not critical. I think that's a starting point, at least.
Neil, what do you think?
Just to pick up what Anna said, I think we have a lot to gain with us from governmental agencies talking to the industry and talking to people like Kimberly, which I admire deeply, and the work that she's doing is wonderful. But I think we need to sit around the table, all three of us, look each other in the eyes, start building trust. And then, of course, and I'm kicking the ball back to you and Kimberly, you're both from the IT world. Then, of course, I'm talking about Spotify for geodata, open, transparent, and all that kind of stuff. And of course, it has to be open and transparent. But then again, we need to make sure that an end user don't trust the data just because I say so. They're my data, you can trust them. But you need technology in order so that data aren't manipulated on the way from me out to the user. So there's another level here that I've never really gone into. I've just assumed that I'd find someone who I could talk to, who could solve my problems.
Yeah. Talking about Spotify for data, you have a slightly different approach, but still pretty much the same. Blockchain. You think we need regulated blockchain to solve this, don't you, Anna?
Yes, I think blockchains is one part of the solution, or could be, because I love the analogy of Spotify, and going back to Spotify, that was also created from a commercial drive, so it's always is. And I think that we need to, as we said, we need to make sure that I feel confident and feel trust that my data is used as for the good, and not for competing against me and taking my technology leadership, because that would be irresponsible for me, because there's employees that wouldn't be employed anymore. So we need the blockchains in some cases to secure that when I send the data, it really goes to you, and you can know that it's the right quality also. Nobody manipulated the data on the way there. And I know that you're using it. So it's one key to the problem.
Kimberly, we lost you there for a couple of seconds. I don't know if you actually heard us while you were away. Did you?
Well, I was busy talking while I was away, and then
Okay.
and then I flipped back on, and I got to listen to Anna there before,
okay.
as you were picking up. But yeah, do you have a new question for me, or I was happy to respond to what Anna was saying?
You could actually pick up on what Njol and Anna just said if you heard them.
Yeah, yes, so I did. So I mean, from a technology perspective, blockchain, I fully agree with what Anna said, and what Njol's call is, and I think that that's one thing we, players like myself, Hub Ocean, we assign ourselves the job of being very, very technically adept, both with data and handling contextualization, metadata tagging, data cataloging, right, to make all of this possible and get rid of the complexity. But of course, we're building on, the world's leading cloud-based security technologies, et cetera, right, to have that platform itself offer a very elegant, safe, cyber secure, modern, agile space. And that alone can provide enormous value into the mix, because very many times, right, the public authorities, the big databases of the world, they may not have had the opportunity to have the funding or the skills, right, that it takes to keep those kinds of scaled cybersecurity platforms available, right? So we're building open source to the degree we absolutely can. We also lean into the modern technologies of, for example, Microsoft's cloud and build that into our model. So leaning on the best, providing new tools and new platforms, I think is fundamental to, I think is fundamentally additive to what otherwise can strand efforts along the way. So the organizational form that in my case, right, we're an independent foundation assigning ourselves to have some special superpowers, if you will, with technology in the ocean domain with data, can really lean in here. And I hope create a new space for this old term, which we've worked so hard at over the years to create public-private partnerships, right? We need them more than ever, but I hope forms like this and our work, for example, with Njol and the other authorities in Norway and then scaling to the rest of the world, I really passionately hope that we can create some out-of-the-box thinking through this new kind of, if you will, leaning into different organizational forms and really, putting a modern touch on what we haven't maybe thought about in terms of approach before.
Thank you, Kimberly. Another question to Njol and Anna here. I mean, how can we ensure that the data we share is utilized for the broader benefit of society? Because, I mean, we will not be able or willing to share if we don't see the broader benefit, will we? Or, Njol, I'm looking at you this time.
I feel that one thing is what Kimberly is advocating is to share your data as much as possible, as much of the data as possible. But there are some inherent problems in that. Some of the data are extremely proprietary. So basically, if it's all formats and all data and everything, the knowledge perhaps is lost on how to use them and how to reformat them, to be quite honest. So we need to make sure that the data that goes through the spatial data infrastructure, which I represent, are open. It's open source based. It's according to the FAIR principles and the CARE principles. And it's based on me talking to Anna, talking to Kimberly, and talking to the local fishermen to find out what is it you need. Because if you can tell me, if you manage to articulate what you need, I can see if I can provide. And in a sense, if we stick to the open standards, if we stick to OGC, if we stick to FAIR principles, then the possibilities for the data are endless. They can be used by ocean researchers, by local fishermen, and as I said, by the oil and gas industry, by the carbon sequestration industry, by everyone. And that's what kind of drives me. It's the fact that we need to have as much open data as possible in order to put together a neutral base of knowledge that we can sort of give to the politicians and say, right, here's the data. Kimberly's made this wonderful model that can actually show you the consequences of your actions in an area based on neutral data. It's not my job to tell you how to use the data and what they can be used for and how you should use them. That's for the users to tell me.
Anna?
I'd like to just get back to what Kimberly said also, and then adding on what you said, that I think we know so little about oceans, and I think there's a great need to create even more awareness for everybody to understand the need of data, to create a even more sense of urgency. We know all here, I think, that it's so critical for the future, and it's connected to climate crisis, biodiversity, everything, and we rely on it, as you say, Njol. But I'm not sure, I don't think we have that understanding everywhere, and if we did, I think it would go easier forward, and we would get faster to a solution with the partnerships, with the trust, and start getting those roundtables discussions going.
I want to go back to Kimberly here because I mean, Njål kind of screamed out for a superhero in this data sharing need we have. But is that too simple to have just one or maybe several superheroes? What about the politicians? I mean, they are the one regulating what we all do in our everyday lives, even in this area. They should regulate, but from what I hear you guys are saying, you're actually lacking regulation and maybe perhaps knowledge. What do you think?
Yeah. So I think everybody can be a superhero in this exercise. You know, I heard someone say last week that they also thought we might benefit from having, you know, an angry but effective change-making Swedish teenager who really took on oceans, not climate, but oceans as her passion, right? No doubt oceans would benefit from that. So look, I'm all for everybody becoming a superhero every day they can. We need all efforts in. But to your point about, you know, regulators, look, I think I think all parts of of society and all of our actors, we're all working on rewiring our thinking pretty fundamentally here. It's very simplistic in my world to say, hey, we haven't come as far as we should have because industry did a bunch of bad things and they need to do better things, or because our politicians didn't regulate and take the responsibility they should. I mean, I think the fact is that we all have to frankly admit we were all complicit in this cycle of reinforcing each other, right? We elect politicians based on public opinion, right? There's so many things that we behaviorally as human beings, we do not do today, but we might have seen our parents do, or we might have done when we were a kid, like throwing garbage out the window of the car, for heaven's sake. Like, I know a lot of people in my age group that did that when we were little. I mean, I can't even imagine my children throwing a bag of McDonald's out the window of a car anymore, right? So we've all come so far. And the great thing in that is now there's little room and increasingly less room for anybody to sit and not take responsibility as they should. And frankly, data and transparency that it creates, I actually think that transparency and that better data is probably one of the single most important forces for good. And sometimes I think it's about saving us humans from ourselves, right? Because we're so good at creating your group and that group and blaming and putting our finger together. I think the transparency and the no place to hide anymore, and then the absolute turning a light bulb on the ocean to give governments more insight, for example. The governments are craving and hungry for much more insight so that they can take the right decisions, which their economies very, very often depend super heavily on. And many feel completely blind in this exercise. So we must put our data together, lift the voice of science, aggregate all these beautiful sets of data out there, which have no chance of working together and actually getting to driving that impact and being at the fingertips of nations which might not have so many resources to use them, right? So it's very promising in terms of its impact, and we must pursue that route, among other routes, to give the policymakers and the regulators a whole new level of insight that they can then act on. That's a key part of the equation.
Thank you, Kimberly. Anna, you want to be a superhero?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So how do you see private sector actually going all in, kicking down doors and demanding regulation from the politicians and even transparency from your colleagues in other companies and so on and so forth?
That's a big question. I think, and maybe those big questions should be answered by small steps also, but every day. I think that one thing that I would like to get back to, I think that roundtable discussion is very important. We have to understand each other's perspective better. And I think that in everything, we have a big part of our industry or that we work in is in the marine sector. And we very much work together with different companies. We provide sustainable solutions like preventing pollutions, we reduce carbon emissions, by millions of tons. The Storm U example with 30 million tons of CO2 is just a small piece of what we do all together in the company. So I think there's not one answer to that very complex question, but I would like to start with this discussion, creating trust and understanding what data should we get to first, because that first step is the first step of a long journey, and that will bring us to something, I think.
Totally agree with you, Anna. I think the most important thing we can do is actually sit down and talk. And I'm not only talking about the good guys. We need everyone around the table, even the bad guys around the table. Because if we can't beat them, at least let them join us and then convert them that way. And I want you to know, both Anna and Kimberly and others as well, is me coming from the government sector. I mean, my job is to watch your back, to make sure that you have data when you need the data, and at a certain kind of quality. But it's a kind of a give and take. So instead of having a sort of a super highway going from my part over to you, I'd like to have something back, because you create new knowledge, and I'd like to have that knowledge as well that I can then share with others again, who would create new knowledge on top of that again, and so on. And that symbiosis is quite important.
Do we have that
very
trust?
concrete about that before we move on?
Come on, Kimberly. You're
Could we
actually
just
sitting behind me, so I didn't see you. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, so I just wanted to pick Anna up on her offer there, because Njol and I have started a certain set of discussions where we're very determined to get a pilot up and running. We've started that, our organizations have been speaking together for some time, but we started that and with more determination and specificity recently. So Anna, join us, because the colleagues you have in Storm Geo and the zone, I mean, I'm very aware that we have a global mandate every day in Hub Ocean, but I am also, really, really happy that we're able to work in the Nordic domain and in the Norwegian domain, because here we have a certain ability to capitalize on this forward leaningness that we've had in our cultures for a long time. This trust that we have, right? These short lines of communication. There's no better laboratory in my mind on the planet than to sit around that table. So let's do it, Anna. Can we invite you? Can we sit around that table? Njol and I already have a table. We already have a time. So it's just to bring you in, and let's cook up some passion and some very specific ways to make a difference.
I think Anna here is saying yes.
Yes, my mic was not on. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, it would be very good. I know that the Storm Geo team has a lot of data also that they would guide you to, not just our own, but they know a lot about open data sources with high quality, and I think there's a lot to learn.
I agree.
Excellent idea, Kimberly. Excellent idea. Yeah, looking forward to this.
And I think with that was the perfect ending, Kimberly. Thank you for that. So we achieved something here as well today. Thank you. Kimberly Mathisen, CEO of Hub Ocean. Njol Tengs Hager from the Norwegian Mapping Authority. And Anna Selsing, Chief Sustainable Officer. I remembered it again. Thank you, everybody. And before we leave, Kimberly, we have to actually go now, because we are going to be a part of art project here, Breathe With Me. So you can come by, and you will be able to join us when you get down here.
Wonderful. Enjoy, and I'll see you soon. See you in a couple days. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Not yet. Okay. I'll keep talking and then maybe this microphone. Yeah. No. No, it's... yes, okay, there we are, finally. Hello, everyone. Welcome very much to the event, New Ways to Use Public-Private Partnerships to Tackle Deforestation, which is organized by Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative, NICFI, with support from the Lowering Emissions by Accelerating Forest Finance LEAF initiative and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. I am from FAO. My name is Amy Duchel. I'm a senior forestry officer and team leader of forest and climate change. And I'll be moderating today's event. I'd like to welcome everyone who's here today and for being patient. Our speakers have arrived. And everyone who's also online joining us because we have a live stream as well. So thank you for the participants tuning in from all over the world. Today we have an all-star panel who I will introduce in a moment, but I just wanted to give a few opening remarks to today's event. So we all know how important forests are. I think probably you wouldn't be here if you weren't already understanding that there's no way we can stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius warming or even 2 degrees Celsius warming without halting deforestation. And forests have really risen to the top of the global climate agenda over the last 15 years. And this has really culminated even with the event earlier this week, the Forest and Climate Leaders Summit, where we saw multiple heads of state in the same room talking about the importance of forests for solving the climate crisis and the commitments and action that their countries are willing to take to support this. So FAO, of course, fully supports these commitments. Together with UNDP and UNEP through the UN RED program, we have supported more than 60 countries in implementing strategies to reduce deforestation and forest degradation. And UN RED partner countries have submitted more than 700 million tons of CO2 forest emission reductions to the UNFCCC since 2009. And I was just in an event in the Nature Zone where the commitment is to scale this to 1 gigaton of high quality emission reductions in the next few years. So there's a lot of ambition there. And I mean, FAO has also really supported the LEAF initiative, which we'll be hearing about today. Through one way is sort of the expertise in national forest monitoring systems and MRV procedures has enabled FAO and the UN RED colleagues to support 10 countries in submitting proposals to the LEAF Coalition for the supply of high-integrity emission reductions, as well as helping several countries, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, to access results-based payments from the Green Climate Fund, a RED Plus pilot program, which is really the core of RED Plus efforts as well. So today's panel is about partnerships, and we will hear from representatives from countries, companies, and indigenous communities on the collaborations that they are engaged in to tackle deforestation at scale and enhance the multiple climate benefits that forests provide. So now I would like to call up our speakers one by one. First of all, Erin Bloomgarden, CEO and founder of Emergent, which is the administrative coordinator of the LEAF Coalition. Erin is an expert in climate finance, impact investing, and Markets Plus, and an adjunct professor at the Earth Institute at Columbia University. Welcome, Erin. It's nice to meet you finally in person.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, great. And then we have Juan Carlos Hintiak, who, as an aside, Juan Carlos and I studied together at the Universidad in San Francisco in Ecuador more than 20 years ago. And he is a member of the Shuar people of the Amazon Basin, and he is the executive secretary of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities and climate change and biodiversity advisor to the coordinator of indigenous organizations of the Amazon River Basin, COICA. So Juan Carlos, please come up to the stage as well. Yeah. is we'll have a discussion up here. We all know that we cannot, there's no forest-based climate action without indigenous peoples at the center of this, since they're protecting a large area of the world's remaining forests. And then finally, Rosalind. Rosalind, please. Rosalind is Director of Climate Change and National Red Plus Focal Point of the Forestry Commission of Ghana. She has 15 years experience in sustainable forest management, has led implementation and management of integrated jurisdictional Red Plus programs, and successfully implemented 2 schemes in Ghana. And most recently, Rosalind was recognized as Distinguished Humphrey Fellow by Harvard University. So we're very honored to have you here, Rosalind, as well. So I think I'd now just like to ask each of the speakers to share with the audience here and the audience online, don't forget them up there, what you are doing, what you're doing new, what are the new ways that you are contributing to tackling deforestation and the impact that that's having. So Aaron, we'll start with you. Tell us about Emergent and Leaf.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Okay, it's working. Thank you so much. You know, it's great to be here at the Nordic Pavilion. It's been a great week. We've had some really exciting announcements with the LEAF Coalition. So maybe back up and explain what is the LEAF Coalition. So it stands for Lowering Emissions by Accelerating Forest Finance. And the goal is to reverse tropical deforestation, to get to zero deforestation no later than 2030 so we can get on the road to forest restoration. The goal is to channel massive new sources of finance and capital to the ground, to the forest communities and the forest jurisdictions, to change incentives, to make, what I like to say, make forests worth more alive than dead. And the way we do that is by using carbon as a tool. So some people talk about LEAF as a carbon play. I think LEAF is a deforestation strategy, a way that we can mobilize public and private nonprofit action moving in the same direction to reverse deforestation. And carbon is the tool. And so what we have is 26 companies and 4 donor governments, US, UK, Norway, and now Korea, committing collectively $1.5 billion to pay forest countries that reduce deforestation and generate high integrity carbon credits over the next 5 years. So we'll have an opportunity to talk more about LEAF. But what we announced this week, very exciting. First, we've doubled private sector participation. So we've gone from $500 million to $1 billion of private sector commitments. That's in addition to the $500 million or $500 million that we have from the public sector. We've brought on 2 new companies, Volkswagen and H&M, so to join the other 24 companies that we had previously. We've brought on Korea, and we're moving forward, and we'll talk at our reception after this event. We are moving forward with the agreements with the first host jurisdictions.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on this important new growth in the initiative. Okay, so maybe we'll move next to Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos will give us a bit of a perception, a perspective on indigenous peoples' action in this space. He's also been involved in climate action for a long time, and now leading one of the most important indigenous networks in the world. So Juan Carlos, thanks.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much, Amy. It's a real pleasure to be here. For us as indigenous organizations or for indigenous people, we have some principles that we need to get together and discuss. We have our agenda, the plans of life agenda. And then we disseminate this information in consultant between us. We have some protocols because we need to respect the vision, the culture, the language, the other groups, the other indigenous people who are living in the same ecosystem, Amazon Basin, but we have differentiation. But after that, you need to go forward to secure where you live, land tenure security or land tenure territory, people say demarcation, titles, because for many, many years, this is one of the principles that we need to secure our home, to secure our forests, until today, because you know there is many studies reflecting how much territory, pristine territory, very well conserved, where are that, where are these, not only in the protected areas, where we are living there, in front lines. We wake up, we go and eat, we hunting and everything. That belongs to us. So when we reflect that consultations, when we have organization, you have secure your territory, you secure your families, your organization, and the governance. And that's the other big issue, the governance. When you have a governance, we ask, in the other point, to the government to talk to us in the same equal levels. We respect, right? You have your territories, you bring your principles, and they need to recognize how you are working from the ground. What initiatives are you doing? So this is something very complicated to understand to the other side. When you are invited in the table, they have to give this priority that they are going to listen with respect, because we are, of course, we claim for our rights all the time. And they say indigenous people are protesting. Yes, we need to protest that we don't get any listen or any answer. But in the same how, they invite us in the table. We ask, you are going to respect me, you are going to listen, you are going to see my background, my organization, and then we have to work together collectively with the new proposals. Principle 1, free, prior, informed consent. This is something that between us and also from the other side. That's what we ask. And then sovereignty or autodetermination or organization. And then in the future, the other projects that live and other projects that they maybe, as indigenous people, we have our own project also, how we can, maybe it's not going to be similar, but we can match. And this is a new other challenge that when we sit down with the governments and new actors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juan Carlos. So now I'll turn to Rosalind for the government perspective, the country perspective. And Ghana, we heard Ghana is going to be the co-chair of the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership moving forward. And we've heard about sort of the progress that's been made with REDD+ and the schemes that you've implemented. So let's hear a little bit more about that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to everybody here. I always greet, so I hope I'm not old-fashioned. But talking about the new ways that we have put in place as a country to protect forests, I want to look at it from two approaches. So one is internally, what we are doing, and then also how externally we are engaging. So when we started our REDD+ journey, we realized that for us to achieve results, it would not just be programs led by the Forestry Commission only that would get us where we want to get to. So I work with the Forestry Commission, that's a state agency, and our mandate is for the sustainable management of our forest and wildlife resources. However, within the forest landscapes, you have other sectors also in there. So you actively have agriculture also going on. In Ghana in particular, we have cocoa as a key commodity, we have shea as a key commodity in there. So then the thinking was that in order for us to achieve the maximum impact, we needed to have a lot of cross-sectorial policy coordination. We needed to have integrated landscape programs that just didn't focus on the forestry sector, but had to also work with sectors such as the agricultural sector, the energy sector. So if you pick our REDD+ strategy, we have 5 key subnational programs that are working with different sectors according to the ecological zones that we find ourselves in. So if it's with cocoa, we are actively partnering with the Cocoa Board, because the Ghana Cocoa Board has the mandate over cocoa as a commodity. But then cocoa is found within the forested areas. So if cocoa is driving any level of deforestation or forest degradation, we should be at the same table, on the same page with the Ghana Cocoa Board. Exactly. And whatever intervention we just drive only from the forestry side might not work. And we believe this has been one of the key aspects of our success, having that institutional and cross-sectorial policy coordination in country. And then on the ground, coming up with structures, governance structures, that include local communities, and not just includes them, actually has them at the helm of affairs, because the resources are found within the localities where you have the forest range communities. And it's phenomenal, the sort of program that we've put in place. We just announced our very first issuance of credits under our Red Plus program with the Carbon Fund. 69% of those emission reduction payments or credit payments are going directly to the communities. And they've set up their own governance structures. They have their own bank accounts. They are signatories to their own bank accounts. No government interference, no private sector interference. This is new, hasn't been done ever before in Ghana, and we are championing and pioneering this and believe that the communities, the level of trust that they've put forward will be sustained because they have ownership. And then secondly, we are looking outside into other markets. That's why we joined the LEAF Coalition, for example. The Carbon Fund is quasi-compliance. We believe that to expand the portfolio for private sector interests, we also need to get into the voluntary market that is attractive to private sector and speak their language, and also come up with bankable projects, because, I mean, private sector is not just for offsetting or just for financing or funding. There should also be some bankability on the table for investment when you talk about blended financing. So we are on the LEAF Coalition. Today we've also signed another agreement with another developer to look into what we can do with our wildlife corridors, Red Plus programming for our wildlife corridors. So we are launching out also into the voluntary market, and these constitute two approaches that we believe are new, are phenomenal, and with the level of engagement we have with our stakeholders in country, we can really build on this to achieve our climate action targets. Thank you.
Very amazing, thank you, really. I mean, this sort of this cross-sectoral, integrated approach, multi-level, including local communities, something that you didn't mention, but I know that Ghana is doing, is really putting adaptation at the forefront of the National Red Plus strategy, which is really quite innovative in the sense of thinking about the broad set of ecosystem services that forests provide and thinking of mitigation as the co-benefit. And this is really also quite interesting. So thank you so much for the work you do. So, I mean, I think we can hear that we're really at this moment for forests after, you know, more than 15 years of working on this. And it feels like the stars are starting to align around Red Plus. You know, we have innovative policies and mechanisms in place. We have indigenous peoples not only at the table, but leading and demanding the respect and support that they deserve and need to continue to protect the world's forests. And we have new sources of innovative finance, and we finally have some market signals that we've been waiting for a long time. So I think maybe we just say, so what do governments need now? You know, we're at this very nice moment, but what do governments need to make this happen?
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I'll twist the question a bit. What does Rosalind need from Aaron? I need Aaron to bring the money. Yes. Because we are here. No coded language. I guess we are at a point where we really need the financing to flow, because we have done a lot of investments. Over the years, I've come to realize that I think work in forest landscapes has been hugely underrated, because it takes a lot of effort to generate a ton of forest carbon. It's not that simple. There was a time where I was going into one of our landscapes and I asked myself, Rosalind, what have you signed on to? These are vast lands with so many people, different communities. Just trying to even aggregate communities with the same sort of common understanding just doesn't come easy. There's different customary practices. You need to respect different rules. I talk about cross-sectoral policy coordination as though it's that simple, but it's not that simple. There's what the agricultural sector wants, what the forestry sector wants, what the energy sector wants. And it's taken us so many years, about 14 years of Red Plus readiness, piloting and implementation. Now we are the results-based phase. What we really need is for finance to flow and for some level of trust to be put into the processes that have been established over these many years. I'm not saying we have a perfect system, but if you are not able to test the system that you have now, you cannot even understand its functionality. and how robust it is. And how can you test it unless you have the finance flowing exactly to the interventions? So at this point in time, what I believe a lot of countries need, what the local people, indigenous people really need, is for recognition and reward for the efforts that have been put in place for us to make tangible the carbon discussion for all these years and understand how that will replicate itself and give room for further learning and enhancement. So Aaron, I'm waiting for the check right after this side event.
Aaron, do you have a response to Rosalind?
So, Rosalind has us working very hard. And she's also promised, if I can say, she's promised if we get her that check, homemade peanut butter soup in Ghana, which I've never had but sounds amazing. but in all seriousness, look, I mean, I think this is so critical. For some of us who were around back then, in 2007, Red Plus was launched. So this has been a long journey. And the thought was, at the time, we just, we'll get the technical bits right. Maybe that takes a year or two. And then we've got a market in the EU, the ETS, that's going to drive finance. Well, almost 20 years later, and here we are. And the good news is, we've now have this voluntary carbon market that's recognizing nature-based solutions and forests. I mean, for those of us who are around, of us who are around during the CDM days, forests didn't even make it into the CDM in a really meaningful way. So this is a really, I think, fantastic moment that it's our responsibility to take advantage of and to steward and shepherd. And I think we hear a lot about integrity and quality of the credits, and that is so critically important, and we are on board. It's important we don't go overboard and we make it practical and pragmatic and make sure that the countries can actually get the financing they need. And some, a lot of the pieces are already in place. Of those 20 years of technical assistance and capacity development and thinking about all these technical bits. I have to say there are still things we need to work on, right, and get better at. And I think it's how do we get, and congratulations to Rosalind and Ghana for the payment and those direct payments to communities. To me, that's an area we all need to work on. How do we get the payments more closely to our indigenous friends, our local communities, in an effective way that respects their rights and respects their ability to make the decisions that they need to make to be the forest stewards?
Thanks a lot. So, and Juan Carlos, what do you need now? What do the people who you represent need now?
Well, what I always say that when I ask respect, that is that give us the opportunity to listen to us and to know us much better, because sometimes there's kind of taboo that we don't know to the other person, to other groups. Indigenous people, local community, we work collective. We cannot, just one group walk forward alone. We are waiting to our brothers and sisters. We get in the same page with the same information. We asking information from the beginning. And the first time when we were getting this news about the red plus, whatever, so many of my indigenous groups, they were getting a lot of confusion on the ground. So there were maybe, they were asking a lot of urgency. We had to bring some answers. So Ascoica was one of the pioneers on the Amazon basin to develop res indigenous from the Amazon to try to understand and convert from all cosmovision what I understand from the other side, Red Plus, because we need to be in the table and design together, to discuss concepts together, and to learn each other. Otherwise, because we only can know just water here, forest there, animals over there. We have this connection integral, holistic, because we have other perception, cultural connections, and we need to respect that. The autodetermination to other groups don't want to talk very deeply in these concepts. We need to respect that. Some people want to learn more in this process, and we need to do enable conditions how we are going to bring the information and to bring together and some projects that they are developing in the forest being successful. So for me, in this part, talking about the Amazon basin and other colleagues, that we decide to connect and to match, we always want to listen what governments or what partners who wants to work with us. Who are these indigenous institutions, multilaterals or governments who open the bridge to present our conditions or proposals there on the table. And the second one, as I was mentioned, that we have these protocols of consultations, but later on, and we cannot divide, I mean, just carbon credits and because this mythification, we need to transform this, how to make understandable and translate in different perception language, cultural language, intercultural relations. So this is very important for us. And that means how much you understand and we are going to respect and work together. Finally, I would like to mention here is that there is some huge, enormous work that some groups and some indigenous organizations, they are presented, they're working with, not only with RED+, they are trying to monitoring, they bring data. I mean, they do a lot of effort. Sometimes this is the invisibilizations that we need to visibilize. We need to ask then the indigenous organizations, indigenous groups, how much they are working and to present. And so we need to connect that. And then maybe we can work together and we are the champions. We are there. We bring it all the time. We are not just complaining all the time. We have proposals. Of course, we complain, we have proposals, but we need to know how this big, huge amount of money is getting directly on the ground. Sometimes we hear this pledge, millions and millions going there, but we say, how much money is getting to your territory? So where is getting, who is managing this? So we need to be asking for transparency in the process. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for those reflections. Maybe we can open it up a bit here to those of you sitting in the audience. I wish we could bring on the folks online, but let's maybe pass a microphone to the gentleman in the middle here. Maybe just say who you are and questions, comments.
Thank you.
We have some time for discussion. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Dan Collison. I work for an NGO called Farm Africa. A bit like what Rosalind described, we've been working for a number of years on a large RED+ project in Ethiopia, in the Bale eco-region. And similar to in Ghana, it's generated large volumes of carbon credits through the avoided deforestation and has delivered substantial returns to the forest cooperatives. So that's a good news, a good success. My question is to Aaron. My understanding with the LEAF Coalition is that it's principally focused on the jurisdictional approach, and we're anticipating that this particular project in Ethiopia is going to graduate to become part of a jurisdictional approach in Ethiopia. Could you just say a bit more about the connection between LEAF and the jurisdictional? And my understanding is that the LEAF is the way that carbon credits that are generated by jurisdictional RED can actually get sold at a decent price. So it'd be interesting to hear a bit more about that.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So historically, the carbon market, or at least the offset market and voluntary carbon market, has been based on projects, right? Which is, we take a project in the context of a RED project, we define a project area, we draw a line around a certain landscape, and then we create a baseline for that project. The jurisdictional approach looks at the entire jurisdiction, whether it be the country or the subnational, and that then becomes the accounting area. And that's important. You know, I spent 15 years investing in and developing projects, but one of the reasons I'm compelled to work on the jurisdictional approach is because I think it is our best hope to move at scale and at speed to hit the targets we need to get to. So the jurisdictional approach works that way, and LEAF is exclusively focused on the jurisdictional approach. So our counterparties with LEAF will be the government of Ghana or a government of another country or a large state. The idea is not necessarily to box out projects. Projects can play a role within those countries. They can either get, and there's different modalities by which a project can nest And it can either be it could either happen within the jurisdiction, right, connected to the jurisdiction, or it needs to be deducted. Any credits that are sold would need to be deducted out of the jurisdictional program. So the idea is that there's a lot of innovation in projects. Projects can play an important role, but with LEAF, we're focused on jurisdictional approach.
Just to add, for Ghana, we are not sort of in LEAF just to respond because they have a jurisdictional focus, but our RED Plus strategy itself has a jurisdictional focus, and that's how the country itself planned it. One, for impact, as Aaron was saying, because you're able to have impact at scale, particularly if you are able to design your programs around an ecological zone. And for Ghana, we are looking at where key commodities appear. So we have a program for our cocoa area. It makes more sense to us to have that whole program area included, because whatever interventions that are good for community A or B is still good for community C or D as a cocoa growing community. And then we also believe that once you're able to do that, you are blocking out leakage to a very large extent. Because when you have projects, movement within the landscape is very easy. You can just drive deforestation and forest degradation to the nearby community. But if it's a program area, for example, cocoa growing does not happen up north in Ghana. So it's not possible that what we are doing on RED Plus for cocoa is going to drive that deforestation to a savanna region. So that was also our understanding of how or what jurisdictional programs can do for us. And we also believe that once they are blocking out leakage, we have a lot of permanence or a higher percentage for permanence. So these are the key things that we put in place. And so it was a very good sort of alignment for us to get into LEAF with that sort of criteria. And also to mention that it's not just about LEAF having that jurisdictional approach, but it's also about what sort of standard that is also qualifying us to be there. The tree standard itself is also looking at jurisdictions, so it gives you that sort of perfect fit or near perfect alignment. Exactly. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So next, I saw a hand here first, and then we'll move to you. Yeah.
I have the mic, sorry. I won't take too long. First of all, I'm from Belize. I'm Maya Ekchi from Belize. It's a tiny country. A lot of people don't really know about it because a lot of times we focus on the large scale forests. But Belize is a key biodiversity hotspot. And we did have the RED Plus project there. 5 years in the preparation phase, indigenous peoples were not included until the last year when it was quickly concluding. Particularly where it concerns the consultations on benefit sharing. Indigenous peoples were not involved properly or effectively in informing that process. Particularly as Maya people, we have advanced the Maya consultation framework. How do you implement free, prior, informed consent? How do you engage with indigenous communities? So I want to put that out there. I've been hearing about the emergent project, and the jurisdictional focus that you have is really critical, because in Belize, in particular in that region, we are the only indigenous group that have, for the last 20 years, fought through legal strategies to receive affirmed rights to our lands and resources. And so when the government is talking about forests, they're talking about our forests. They're talking about lands that are now recognized as being owned by Maya Ekchi and Maya Mopan people in southern Belize. And so this jurisdictional focus is really a good strategy because our lands are not fragmented. We're all together. The forest is all right there. Stewardship is happening. How do we work directly, funding directly indigenous peoples, not organizations, not intermediaries, not coalitions, but directly indigenous communities. I come from a community. I don't see a lot of the Caribbean represented here, but I am giving voice to those communities because I think that too often the resources end up at one level but doesn't get directly to the communities. So I want to congratulate you in thinking about that and making room for that as you move forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for that question. I think it's a critically important question and something that we're working very, very hard on. I think what maybe I can talk about this in sort of two phases, what we can do now and what we would like to do. So what we can do now is leverage the LEAF platform and leverage the companies and the countries that are the donor countries that are part of LEAF and make it very clear to the tropical forest countries that we want to see good, robust benefit sharing plans where indigenous communities are part, not only the recipients, but part of the design of it, that are fully part of the engagement strategy. That's where we've got, right now, right? That's where we've got leverage. Not only that, also saying we're going to prioritize countries that are doing that the right way. And I can say that on my behalf and the behalf of Emergent, but I can say also the companies that are part of LEAF feel very strongly about that as well. So that's what we can do and communicate to the countries. Where we need to go is ensure that this is actually happening on the ground. What we're doing now is we're listening, we're engaging, we're trying to make sure we got representation from indigenous communities in the process. But question, and we're building, as I say, this sort of fund management, fund flow mechanism. We need to do is ensure that that incorporates in a real way the voice of indigenous people. I'll say we need help with that. Right? We need people to advise us. We need to understand. And every country is a bit different, right? Every region's a bit different. And so that's something we're working very hard on.
So maybe Juan Carlos, is that, I mean, how can this be ensured based on your experience on the ground? You have the Shandaya vision, but how can this really get to your communities? I mean, the 1.7 billion pledged last year, okay, it's on track. The spending's happening. Where is it going?
Well, thank you, sister, to bring these questions to my colleagues here, but in complete solidarity, we know these processes, and that's what I was saying in the beginning. As a part of the member umbrella, big organization as COICA, we are very well, have a great governance. I am belong one of my federations from 60 years old was created. So I was involved from the beginning in the territory. I have my own process. But we need to understand here, to be clear, we have to be careful for the fake leaders that are walking globally and never being re-elected, and never come back to the territory and present themselves, clarify and to be transparent with their own people. So we need to recognize that, and because we have elections, we have rotating leaderships, and we respect all this process, but if you want to participate and you want to get engaged with the government, at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. They need to see what bridges they are going to open and to invite you. What are the conditions? They cannot invite you in the table if you don't have any clue information for any kind of project. That's why we say free, pure, informed consent, and we are very clear about our rights. We have our collective rights in our constitutions, and we have to be remarkable and to remind them, because some of the countries, and this is it's important to me, some of the countries, they are not nice, it's friendly, but you know how the geopolitical is going on. But right now, for example, in Latin America, there is a lot of change and movement. Some of the indigenous groups, they are looking hopes, because we have some principles in the base that, for example, consultation rights, and then talking about mechanisms, about our own mechanisms, how we are going to be players there, or who is your partner that you are going to help to collect these funds on the big pledge to go directly in the communities and to support these initiatives. And the other rise is we need to recognize that we need to also remember for the people who are suffering. I mean, we are getting in paper for only for you say for defend the forest, to say I don't want this project, or I need you consulting me. And then there's the concept about the criminalization and so on. And nobody talk about these issues on the ground. But that's why indigenous organizations as COICA and the networks that helps you to bring all voices on the different levels, not only the climate change, but sometimes we invite to the governments, they talk to themselves also, because some governments, some ministers, they're going to the climate change, they don't know who are the indigenous people who are living in their own country, or sometimes they're going to the CBD at work, or they are making another promises, they don't talk each other. They say, hey, talk to your ministers, talk to yourselves, and then talk to your people. That's what we are asking all the time to the governments. No, it's because we are fighters, we complain this all the time. No, we have proposals, we need to recognize the mistakes that we learned in this process. That we propose in my country with my brothers and sisters to create these roundtable discussions, and we have the discussions about forests, now we have about LEAF, the RED Plus, learning what happened in the past. That helps us a lot how we are going to do much better in the future. And then we cannot separate that rights and financials and also technical conditions, and then everything gets articulated, and we call to have a dynamic and multi-diverse dialogue in the table. So this is something that, and the last one maybe I can say to my sister is that there's some indigenous group, they've been working a lot with solidarity, with getting information with scientific science institutions, and also with academia, also with indigenous elders, with knowledge that we have for many centuries, because this is important to connect. And that is part of the respect in this process, you know, as a human beings. Otherwise, you know, we are not going to work, I mean, successful projects that Jocelyn is working there.
So, just to add to what Juan Carlos said, for example, on the LEAF, the standard that's accepted, that's the tree standard itself, is very strong on safeguards. So just as Juan Carlos was saying, the fact that indigenous communities and local people must understand what it is, that must even be respected and addressed, it is very key. So the tree standard has provisions and has done a lot of unpacking of the Cancun safeguards. The fact that there should be consultations, and it's not just about writing, it's about proving with documentation. Where was consultation undertaken? Who was there? Have they signed? And eventually, it does not even just rest with the Art Secretariat to validate whatever a country or subnational jurisdiction is submitting. A third party does the validation and verification. So the process is that strong, unless, of course, we ourselves as jurisdictions do not educate ourselves on what our priorities should be in the process. But once you are aware, you can contribute meaningfully to that. And trees as a standard is very strong on safeguards. And so if Belize, which I know it is part of the FCPF process, is interested, I say go for it, but do a lot of unpacking and understand the standard. Yeah. Maybe we have to dance now.
Hey, we do. Okay. Great. Yes, next question, please. But you have to dance to ask your question, so that's the rule, yes. Yeah, her and then you, yeah.
This is going to be hard.
Stand up, who are you?
So I'm not dancing. So I'm director of WOCON and the owner of the W+, which measures women's empowerment in relation to climate projects and non-climate projects, right? So my question to all of you is, of this new standard, what co-benefits are you measuring? Do no harm is not good enough for most of us, right? So what co-benefits are you measuring, and how are you compensating for those additional benefits that communities are generating? I think it's mostly to you, Aaron.
Yeah.
No?
So the question was about co-benefits and how we're measuring co-benefits. Oh, especially with women. So this is an area that we talk a lot about, but mic closer. Okay. I feel like I'm going to eat it. So we have it's so loud in my ear too. This is something we talk a lot about internally, but we're very focused on getting the transactions over the line for the carbon transactions first. I mean, we just launched Leaf a little over a year ago. And so we're really driving towards these transactions. Once we have the transactions underway, we intend to start measuring and reporting on all of the co-benefits, water, community, women, but full transparency, we don't have that framework ready yet. So.
Next question. Yeah. And you need to dance. Sorry.
Thank you. So I'll ask the question as I do this. Stefano Savi, I'm the director for the Global Platform for Sustainable Natural Rubber. We are a multi-stakeholder initiative that has about 60% of the industry represented. My question, Aaron, is for you, mainly, but I would also like to have the take from the recipients, especially on this question. When it comes to private sector financing, there's a lot of push from civil society as well as organizations, for example, SBTI, on financing within supply chain due diligence and emission reduction before or for a period of time instead of looking at financing carbon markets and offsets. Yeah? What's your take on this? And when do you think companies should start looking at mixing their investment within supply chain and off supply chain?
Yeah, so this is a great question. So the question is around supply chain. Should companies be looking outside their supply chains? When should they start be thinking about carbon offsets or emission reduction credits? It's a really important point. Emission reduction credits or offsets should really just be used for residual emissions. Companies should be taking all of the actions that are viable within their own value chains and within their own supply chains before they look to carbon offsets. Now, the interesting, what is developed, and I think over the last few years, and I think why we're seeing such a demand now for voluntary carbon credits, is because now we have the framework and infrastructure around sort of net zero commitments and what that long-term net zero commitments, and how you can think about beyond value chain action, and how you can think about using emission reduction credits. So LEAF was the first initiative to put buyer criteria out and say, we're not going to sell credits to any company. You have to demonstrate to us that you are doing all of this work within your own operations. And how do you do that? You have to sign up for an SBTI. You have to join the UN Race to Zero. You have to publish your scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. You have to publicly disclose how you're using offsets, and you have to make claims within the generally accepted guidelines like VCMI, et cetera. So this is really, and this has now been picked up, I think, more broadly. But that's and this is not just window dressing. We've had companies that have actually been a little upset that we have not allowed them into the coalition. Now, my hope would be that we can ultimately let every company into the coalition because we have guidance and they're all on board, and they are on a net zero trajectory, mid-century net zero trajectory.
I would like to say that I was wondering that when we have these dialogues with the elders, with dialogues we invite institutions, even the government, because we have these round tables for discussions. But we ask them, who are these partners, who are these private sectors, because there is some alerts on the ground that the many companies or private sectors are going directly to the community to make their own deals and business. So this is something that we need to reflect ourselves and also to bring to the government and discuss. This is going to be against our own protocols, our way, how also our dynamic, and we ask respect, and not only respect as all indigenous group, but respect the principles. There are some principles that we are working very hard between us, because in our experience, that was COICA was one of the pioneers that we developed this red indigenous in the Amazon, right? And then one of the governments who accept this knowledge, indigenous knowledge, indigenous perceptions, and to put with scientific knowledge and to match it was Peru. Even by law, Peru recognized these indigenous, red indigenous from the Amazon, or red plus from the governments and the private sectors. But right now it's coming back with this again with markets, you know, and this business. So that's why we put some barriers, and we are asking to the government. I mean, we are, as a citizens, we have rights, but also as indigenous people, we have these collectives, and you need to recognize that, and they need to know that. When I say they need to know that, is this private sector, voluntary markets that are coming. I mean, individuals as a company, they are walking in the ground and working and trying to convince to my leaders, this is getting conflict for us. What is going to be our reaction? We are going to block. It's not because we don't want to be part of this process. It's not because we don't want to collaborate to understand. So this is something that we need to protect ourselves. If you respect these principles that we have, and then you know that, as I say at the beginning, scientific information, they say that where is the measured biodiversity right now? Where is the pristine forest right now? People are living there, not just animals and flowers. People are walking there. I mean, also people who are not contacted yet with this reality. In 21st century or until today, I have many indigenous groups still free, living there, eating there, and then with their own self-sovereignty. Did you need to realize that that's why, my brothers and sisters, we bring these concerns on the table internationally, because sometimes we don't get listeners on the national levels. But sometimes there are opportunities that we have some hopes. I can imagine that why my Brazilian brothers and sisters are very happy right now. So we need to go there and to see. I don't want to talk more about this political issue, but it's just opportunities.
Yeah. I'd just like to add, I mean, this is so important. There are people, so it's not just climate benefits when we protect the forest. It's nature and people. And you know, so, some of these forums, there's so much money being invested in technological air capture and new technologies. Meanwhile, we're destroying the forest. I mean, let's stop destroying the forest. Right? Of course, we should be able to parallel process things, but let's stop destroying the forest, because once we destroy these forests, very hard to recover them. Impossible, in fact, especially these communities and the biodiversity that we have in these forests. So the urgency and the prioritization of forest protection as a, let's call it as an asset class, if I can use that language, for voluntary carbon markets, to me is so urgent that we get that message out, that this is what companies should be prioritizing.
I believe Aaron and Juan Carlos have said all that has to be said to that question. Just to add a bit to the question about women and the fact that there are also other standards. I believe that largely jurisdictions or countries have just waited for standards to prescribe what is expected, and we haven't been forward with also what we are also expecting, or we haven't really fed into that discussion of what a standard should look like. For example, in Ghana, we have, as part of our governance arrangements, the percentage of women and men that should be on these bodies. We're saying 50-50 in most cases. For meetings, we are saying not less than 30% participation of women. I believe that that even counts for some premium when a company is buying carbon from Ghana, because we have regulation on that and we are enforcing it. We have just sat for this whole carbon market price. It's on the market. It's not just about a market price. It's about how to generate that, and it's about the structure and architecture for that. For example, there is a program that we are working on in the share landscape with the UNDP, and I'm happy you are sitting by Wahida. We are talking about a W+ standard and how we can use that to assess the level of involvement of women and the impacts that the program has on women. And we believe that should generate extra credits for us. So I am just looking forward to the day where we see jurisdictions also coming up and driving the discussion on what price should be and what it should look like. At a point, we should be reaching out with a call. We shouldn't just be sitting for corporates, for donors to have a call to say, bring your program. No, we have a program, bid for it. I believe we should get there one day.
Fantastic. So to end this really fantastic session, I just want to imagine that it's COP28, so 1 year from now. Maybe we're sitting together again. I hope so. That would be nice. What do you want to have achieved? I mean, if you can look forward just 1 year, what do you want to be able to say happened in that year? What is your immediate ambition to make what you've laid out today really, really become a reality? So maybe who do we start with? Who?
I would like to say that we do a lot of effort for work and to make these travels, my brothers and sisters, to bring our voices here, to follow with this. It's a challenge for me to speak English. Most of my leaders, they don't speak English, to learn the negotiations. They would like to follow that. But this is a real challenge. But we don't want to lose hope, and I one of the persons that I get so tired, but sometimes I continue pushing to my brothers and sisters and bring the new generation. And this is important, and that the generation that we need to bring this and put on the table, they give the context. But the governments, they need to understand, on the civil society or the partners, friends, that we don't have time. I mean, this for us is life and death, I mean, in the ground. Yeah, so this is something that we are going to bring in the table, but also they say that we are talking now, in the process of dialogue, but there is no time. So now we call for the action. It's number one. And number two, again, action. And number three, action. But that action, that means how they need to understand that what we are doing. We are then working, living, monitoring, wherever they want to ask it, we have data information. So we need to translate this and this other language that the negotiator or the scientific, they understand us. So this is the challenge. And so I don't want to lose hope. I just want to invite the generations, invite all the collectives, that there is something that we continue to keep pushing together, working together.
So between now and COP28, I'd like my kids to start doing homework. I'd like to lose 20 pounds. From LEAF, so on the LEAF perspective. So look, we know that 1.5 billion is where we're at now, which is a lot for historically, but it's not nearly enough, right? We were founding members of the Green Gigaton Challenge. We need 10 billion a year, right, to really drive the change that we need. So I'd like to bring on more companies. I'd like to have several more companies so we can increase orders of magnitude. Recognizing that the 1.5 billion that we've gotten to date is pre-proof point, right? We don't have credits delivered yet. So once credits are delivered, my view is it gives confidence to the companies. It proves concept. So I'd like us to get to 2, 3, and beyond, right? Moving up to a gigaton a year. That's first. Second, I'd like to have more, right? We've added Korea on board. I think we can add 2 or 3 more donor countries, and we're working on that. I'd like us to also expand to Asia, bring on more Asian companies and more Asian countries into the fold. And importantly, I'd like us really to work hard on figuring out this, if I can call it a benefit sharing, I mean, just to label it benefit sharing, but this idea of how do we really drive the funding down to the communities that deserve it?
So thank you. I remember that in Glasgow there was a similar event like this at the Nordic Pavilion. I was there with Aaron, yes, and we are here 1 year down the line. At COP27, Ghana has been able to declare its very first ERs from a RED Plus program, validated and verified. I look forward to 1 year forward, being here with communities that really come here to testify that those funds are working, they have received them, the fund flow mechanism is working, And I also want to see funding from the voluntary carbon market flow. I think that the voluntary carbon market is becoming a bit bureaucratic as the compliance market. And we thought that the voluntary carbon market was going to reduce that bureaucracy. But now it's also introducing its own bureaucracy, because you hear companies and corporates say, well, this is not our core business, we need to check different things. But well, you are in there. So if you are in there, you need to set up yourself to understand it. It's not just relying on a third party or another structure. If you are into the carbon business, as I call it, you need to understand the language of that business. It is no longer an excuse to say it is not our core business. It is also not my core business to understand an oil company, but I'm out there trying to make it work. So 1 year down the line, when we meet in Dubai or wherever we are going to meet for COP28, we want to see finance from the voluntary carbon market flowing tangibly, testing the concepts that indigenous people, local communities, governments have put together, and really having the communities testifying also with us, and not just having the voice of Rosalind. Thank you.
A big round of applause to these speakers. I hope we can meet in a year, maybe in the Nordic Pavilion again. Yeah. And for now, stick around, because there's going to be a reception in about 10 minutes here. We're going to clear these chairs out. There's going to be food, drinks, and a lot of forest-loving people here. So this is the place to be. Thanks for joining. Big round of applause.